Good morning and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Wilson disease. I'm James Valentine and I'm joined here in the studio with Rhonda Rowland, the president of the Wilson Disease Association, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Rhonda to provide some opening remarks. Rhonda.
Well, thanks, James. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Wilson disease. My name is Rhonda Rowland, and as James mentioned, I'm president of the Wilson Disease Association, or WDA, which is a nonprofit patient advocacy organization supporting people impacted by this rare genetic liver disease in which the body cannot properly process dietary copper. I'm here not just as a leader, but as someone living with Wilson disease myself. The WDA's mission is to provide support and hope to people impacted by Wilson disease worldwide so they can lead the best quality of life possible. Our vision is to unmask the challenges of Wilson disease and unleash the promise of a cure. On behalf of the Wilson Disease Association, I'm honored to welcome the many dedicated professionals from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration who are joining us. We are also pleased to have in attendance members of the Wilson Disease Global Alliance, other liver disease advocacy organizations, pharmaceutical companies, and clinicians and researchers from around the world. Most importantly, I want to welcome the members of our community whose lives have been directly impacted by Wilson disease. Thank you all for being here. This meeting is possible thanks to generous sponsorships, and I'd like to acknowledge our industry sponsors, Monopar Therapeutics, Eaton Pharmaceuticals, Orphalon, Ultragenics, and Prime Medicine. A year of planning went into this meeting with dedicated rare disease and Wilson disease advocates working together. It's been an amazing team effort, and I want to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who's had a hand in preparing for this meeting. The WDA is grateful to have this opportunity to ensure that patient and caregivers' perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. As you will see, those of us living with Wilson disease are all different. As Dr. Samuel Alexander Kinnear Wilson, who discovered our disease, said, he's called it the great masquerader because it can masquerade as a liver, neurological, psychiatric, or a combination of these disorders. In my case, I have the hepatic or liver form of the disease. At age 21, I woke up one morning jaundiced, went to the ER, and the doctor assigned to my case said I had ascites. I was in liver failure. A biopsy found my liver was filled with copper and I had cirrhosis. An eye exam revealed Kaiser-Fleischer rings, the telltale copper deposits in the cornea, confirming Wilson disease. There was one treatment at the time, the drug penicillamine. My doctor said if I tolerated it and took it every day for the rest of my life, I'd live a normal life. He also told me there was a possible backup treatment option, trientine, that was being studied. I was lucky. I tolerated the drug and it worked. You'll hear today just how important it is to have treatment options. About a year after I was diagnosed, my doctor diagnosed another Wilson disease patient. She needed a liver transplant. My doctor said they treated her the same way they treated me. They did not know why my liver hung on and hers did not. I met Darcy in the ICU as she waited for a donor liver, an image I'll never forget. That's when I knew just how serious my disease was. Amazingly, 42 years later, she's still living with that donor liver. The next time I met someone with Wilson disease was early in my career as a CNN medical producer. My team was interviewing Dr. Thomas Starzl, known as the father of liver transplantation. He was evaluating a young man with Wilson disease for a transplant. Later, the patient's father found me and, sobbing, told me never to stop taking my medicine. His son was diagnosed because of a sibling and had never had symptoms, so he had stopped taking his medication. Sadly, this young man did not make it. That experience, it's what's kept me adherent to my medication all these years. you're going to hear just how challenging medication adherence is for people with Wilson disease. The next time I met someone with Wilson disease was about 20 years after my diagnosis. While penicillamine had saved my life and was effective in managing my disease, I had developed troubling side effects. I went to see Wilson disease expert Dr. Michael Shilsky, who you'll hear from shortly, about switching to zinc therapy. But this time, there were 3 FDA-approved therapies for Wilson disease. While there, Dr. Shilsky introduced me to another patient, a man about my age who walked and talked with great difficulty. I was in shock. I could not believe we had the same disease. He had the neurological form of Wilson disease. I was devastated. I realized that I would never have had my broadcasting career if this had happened to me. As a rare disease, we're fortunate to have treatments, but as you'll see, what works for one person may not work for another. We all respond differently, face different side effects, and our needs can change over time. I became an on-air medical correspondent and reported on diseases impacting a lot of people: heart disease and stroke, cancer, Alzheimer's, women's health. I covered FDA advisory committee hearings and new drug approvals. Understanding the value and complexity of the work being done by federal regulators, I want to thank you for taking the time to be here and allowing this important meeting to take place for a rare disease and listening to the lived experience. I want to express my appreciation to the clinicians and investigators who have dedicated their careers to seeking improvements for people living with Wilson disease and who are engaging in clinical trials to study new therapies. Our hope is that this meeting will help continue the momentum and interest in refining treatment options, determining best treatments for the different presentations of the disorder, and encourage research and novel therapies for people with Wilson disease. To our Wilson disease community, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during the program. We also ask that you stay with us throughout the day as you are able and participate in remote polling. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we'll do our best to get as many calls and comments in as we can. Be assured that any comments we're unable to share are still important and will be included in the Voice of the Patient report, a summary of this important meeting. I would like to dedicate this meeting to all those Wilson warriors who lost their battles with Wilson disease. One of them is Joe Scanlon. He lost his battle last month at the age of 29. His broadcast career was cut short due to the symptoms of neurological Wilson disease. While he got the diagnosis, by the time he was able to access appropriate treatment, it was too late to reverse his devastating symptoms. He spent the last year of his life hospitalized without the ability to walk, speak, eat, or care for himself. I've had a great life with Wilson disease being a part of it, and I want that for all people born with Wilson disease, and that's why I'm here today. To begin our meeting, I'm pleased to introduce our speaker from the FDA, Dr. Amy Magnarelli. She is with the FDA Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, also referred to as CBER. She will be providing us with some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Magnarelli, thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you all so much for having me. It's a pleasure to provide the opening remarks for today's meeting. My name is Amy Magnarelli. I'm a medical officer with a background in both pediatrics and allergy and immunology within FDA Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, also known as CBER, in the Office of Therapeutic Products, where we review cell and gene therapies along with other types of products for the treatment of rare and common diseases. I want to start off with a few thank yous. First, I would like to thank the Wilson Disease Association and all the staff for your efforts in the planning and execution of this externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting. Thank you to the many patients, caregivers, and advocates who are taking the time to share your experiences during today's meeting. I also want to thank the representatives from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders for your interest in today's meeting and for your continued collaboration with FDA as we strive to meet the needs of the Wilson disease community. My CBER colleagues and staff from various other offices and centers at the FDA, including the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER, are listening in today as well. We share your commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for Wilson disease. As many of you already know, the FDA is responsible for protecting the public health by ensuring the safety, efficacy, and security of drugs, biological products, and medical devices. We are also responsible for advancing the public health by helping to speed innovations that make medical products safer, more effective, and more affordable, and by helping the public get the accurate, science-based information they need to use medical products and foods to maintain and improve their health. While the FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process. The Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative started nearly 15 years ago and is a systematic approach to ensure patients' experiences, perspectives, needs, and priorities are captured and meaningfully incorporated into drug development and evaluation. In 2015, the FDA introduced externally led patient-focused drug development meetings, which are planned and hosted by patient organizations, with the input of FDA staff, like today's meeting. These externally led patient-focused drug development meetings give FDA and other key stakeholders an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates about the symptoms that matter most to you, the impact the disease has on your daily lives, your experiences with currently available treatments and clinical trials, clinical disease manifestations that are not being adequately addressed or studied, and much more. Patients and caregivers are the experts in the lived experience of the disease and are uniquely positioned to provide regulatory agencies and other stakeholders an understanding of the burden of disease and the benefits or limitations of available and potential treatments. Patient input, your input, gathered from this meeting and meeting summary report will support FDA staff as we evaluate benefit-risk profiles of treatments and as we advise drug developers in identifying areas of unmet need, developing tools to assess benefit of potential therapies in clinical trials, and raising awareness and increasing engagement with the patient community. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for Wilson disease. Once again, we are all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. And now I'll turn it back to the studio. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Magnarelli. Next up, Dr. Michael Shilsky will provide a clinical overview of Wilson disease. This will serve as a scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Shilsky is the director of the Wilson Disease Center of Excellence at Yale University. He chairs the WDA's Medical Advisory Committee and leads our patient registry study. Dr. Shilsky is co-author of the AASLD treatment guidelines for Wilson disease. Thank you, Dr. Shilsky, for sharing your extensive expertise with us. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you for that kind introduction, and it's great to be here with you to discuss today a clinical overview of Wilson disease. We will cover the pathophysiology of Wilson disease, disease manifestations in patients, diagnostic criteria, and when patients should be considered for this diagnosis, as well as a brief genetic overview and epidemiology of Wilson disease. On the left is the picture of Kinnear Wilson himself, and shown in the middle is one of the patients that appeared in his 1912 monograph, and to the right a picture of a liver showing cirrhosis of the liver. But when Wilson originally described this, it was a neurologic disease. However, he was prescient in understanding that the liver was involved and that the liver and brain were beset by a common toxin that we later learned was copper. The culprit for this disease is the Wilson disease gene when mutated, and this is a cartoon sketch showing the gene itself. It is living mostly as an intracellular protein, highly expressed within liver cells, which is why the liver is so central to copper metabolism. But it is a transmembrane protein that allows copper to be detected and then moved across the membrane to particular sites in liver cells. And this cartoon of a liver cell shows that the protein, the Wilson disease gene product, is present in two main sites, mainly in the transgolgi, where it's important for putting copper into ceruloplasmin, which has a function in iron metabolism, as well as putting copper in the critical pathway for copper excretion from the liver when it is present in excess, and that goes out into the bile. And indeed, the defect in the Wilson disease gene product leads to a defect in the impairment of both the incorporation of copper into ceruloplasmin and, more importantly, the defect in moving copper properly into bile. And this shows here a study from 1974 that the amount of copper difference between normal individuals, which is shown on the top bar in the graph, and this is copper appearing in bile over time, is only about 2 to 3-fold higher than that which would appear in patients with Wilson's disease. And it is indeed lower in these individuals, and it is the factor of time and the accumulation with time that gives us the changing disease manifestations. Shown on this line graph of the red in particular is showing you the time course of the natural history of Wilson disease with no intervention of therapy. And that a copper accumulation in bile, which I showed you in that graph that was 2 to 3-fold increased, leads eventually to changes within the liver causing inflammation from damage, both oxidative injury to various different cell components from the excess copper, which causes liver inflammation in the beginning, later on leads to scarring of the liver. And then when the copper in the liver becomes saturated, it then goes into extrahepatic sites outside the liver, the brain being the most important, and you can develop neurologic or psychiatric symptoms. About 3 to 5% of patients with Wilson disease may develop a very severe acute liver failure, bypassing some of the other manifestations of the disease, and may end up dying from that if there is no intervention such as liver transplant. Now, when we find the disease is very important in terms of what symptoms may be present for patients. And this graph shows the different presentations with respect to age. And you can see that most of the younger patients during which you have that early copper accumulation phase typically are asymptomatic. And then with time, there's an increase in the amount of liver symptoms. And then over time, more of the neurologic psychiatric symptoms as well. And in many of these individuals, there may be indeed all three present. And the range of clinical symptoms is very wide. As I mentioned in the liver, initially you may just have abnormal liver tests, and then you develop more scarring. Then you may develop complications of that scarring known as portal hypertension, or you can have the acute liver failure. The neurologic disease can range from very mild tremors to challenges and changes in speech to problems with swallowing or balance and coordination, or very severe dystonia, which individuals may be actually unable to move many muscle groups. And as well, there is a wide range of potential mental health issues for these individuals. It may just be changes in mood, maybe depression, which may be mild or severe. Anxiety disorders are actually relatively common, and there can even be psychosis, and many individuals then need very acute help for that. And suicidality is not an uncommon problem as well in some very more advanced patients. And in data from our Wilson disease patient registry, and that's shown in the Venn diagram on the left, you can see that a number of patients are in each of the individual colored brackets, and that shows that they have isolated symptoms to either neurologic, psychiatric, or liver disease. And others may have combinations of the two. And as I mentioned, some may have all three. And this is usually in patients that are a little bit more advanced in their disease. Now, this is a cartoon of our copper metabolism showing the liver living in the center and how copper comes into our body through our diet, absorbed in the intestine. And the liver sorts it mainly into bile, the excess, or it may be in equilibrium with the circulation as well. But the defect of biliary copper excretion leads us to see that liver copper goes up. We also then, because of the equilibrium with the circulation, it delivers more copper to the urine through the kidneys, and that leads us to be able to see increased urinary copper excretion in patients. There can be deposition of copper outside the liver, and that we can see with the presence of Kaiser-Fleischer rings. And indeed, we also see the low ceruloplasmin because of the improper incorporation into that, as well as we can look directly at the gene itself and determine mutations are present. When we put all of these together, and this was done back in a meeting in 2001 and then later reported on in 2003, if you use both clinical findings, serum blood tests, the urine copper, mutation analysis, as well as analysis of some of the findings on the liver biopsy, and you give scores to each of these components, you can create a diagnostic scoring system, as was done at this meeting. And this helps us in terms of being able to apply a very uniform standard to try to establish the diagnosis of Wilson disease. And indeed, when you have the various different components of this, if your score is greater than 3, you've established the diagnosis. If it's only 3, if you haven't completed all the available testing, you should continue on, because you may then achieve a score that is higher and be more diagnostic. And if you've exhausted all the testing and the score is less than 3, then an alternative diagnosis needs to be considered. This scoring system has been validated in adults and pediatric patients, but there are rare exceptions of overlap with other rare diseases as well. So you have to look very cautiously, but it is really very helpful in helping us get the diagnosis and then use this as well in clinical studies. Now, when we consider the Leipzig score, this was again done back in 2001 initially. There have been advances since that time, and there in the future will need to be reconsideration of other advanced testing. Some of this testing is focused around the amount of bioavailable copper in the circulation, and such tests as the relatively exchangeable copper and accurate non-ceruloplasmic copper and labile copper fraction as well may be useful for diagnostic purposes, as is using radiocopper to look at PET imaging that can show the different transit of copper in patients with Wilson disease compared to unaffected individuals. You can also look within the liver itself and then detect the copper-binding protein known as metallothionein using immunostaining, and that may also aid in the diagnosis. And there are other novel techniques being developed that are looking at the ATP7B peptides in dried blood spots, and the quantitation of those can help differentiate Wilson disease again from unaffected, and is actually being tested for newborn screening currently. Now, we do consider Wilson disease if there is another primary family member that is diagnosed with this disorder, as well as in patients with unexplained liver disease. In particular, if an individual does develop neurologic symptoms or has mental health issues and has abnormalities in their liver tests, then this disorder must be excluded. There are individuals, especially nowadays when genetic testing isn't always done for disease purpose, it's done for larger screenings, and you may find pathological mutations, and that may suggest this disorder. Other individuals may have symptoms that lead to MRIs of the brain or CT imaging of the brain, and there are certain patterns which may suggest that you ought to look for Wilson disease. And we've had individuals go for eye exams where ophthalmologists or optometrists have recognized the Kaiser-Fleischer rings, and that's allowed the detection of the disorder as well. And it's also important to think that in patients that don't have copper deficiency, if a low ceruloplasmin level is found, that may also lead to the diagnosis. And indeed, this was one of the first findings back in the 1950s by Herb Scheinberg and John Gitlin's father published the earliest detection of Wilson disease looking for ceruloplasmin deficiencies. Now, with respect to the overview of the genetics and epidemiology, we do know that Wilson disease is inherited in an autosomal recessive fashion, and its prevalence is about 1 in 30,000 in most individuals. Populations, rare populations where the gene pools are a little narrower, where there is less movement amongst the group, you can sometimes find increased frequency, as you do in other genetic diseases as well. The responsible gene, as I've showed you the schematic for, is ATP7B, and it's present on chromosome 13. There are currently over 500 known mutations of this gene that are associated with Wilson disease, so the majority of patients actually have different mutations of the ATP7B on each allele, so that's known as compound heterozygosity. If the two mutations are identical, that is considered homozygous for that mutation. In North America, a single H1069Q mutation of the ATP7B gene is present in about 30% of individuals, 11% of which are actually homozygous for this mutation. And this mutation is highly prevalent in the Slavic populations in Europe as well. Wilson disease is considered to be highly penetrant. That means if you have the genetic abnormality, you are going to manifest the disease, but it has a very high degree of phenotypic variability, meaning clinically it can be present very widely. The factors causing this variability include gender, many different extragenic effects, dietary copper intake, and intake of other trace elements. For instance, zinc may affect the manifestation of this disorder. And unfortunately, many patients with Wilson disease still remain undiagnosed. Though we have these many mutations in the ATP7B gene, there is limited data available for structure function analysis of the abnormal ATP7B protein that results from the mutations of ATP7B. Therefore, it's important to correlate the predicted effect of the mutation on the structure, and this is done often with computational programs, and compare that with clinical data on patients with these specific mutations to help determine if a mutation is pathogenic or should be designated as a variant of uncertain significance. It's also important to recognize the liver being very central to this disorder, and if you do indeed transplant a liver, a normal liver, into a patient that had Wilson disease, it is considered curative, and this reinforces the importance of our focus on the liver and specifically on the liver cells for future treatments aimed at curing this disorder. And disease outside of the liver, extrahepatic disease, can also be ameliorated by transplant, but that's due to the restoration of normal copper metabolism and repair mechanisms within the body. Most of our treatments for Wilson disease are aimed at preventing copper accumulation, and to remove excess copper if present to try to restore normal processes. Medical therapies require lifelong administrations. And treatments for Wilson disease will be discussed in a separate presentation by my colleague, Dr. Frederick Ascari. And in summary, Wilson disease is monogenic. That means there's one gene responsible for this, and it has a wide phenotype, and it's influenced by many extragenic factors. This disorder is due to a malfunction or absence of the copper-transporting ATPase, ATP7B, that's mainly expressed in the liver cells. And pathologic copper accumulation occurs over time, and the tissue injury in the liver and then in the sites outside the liver, mainly the central nervous system, are responsible for the disease manifestations. Diagnostic criteria for Wilson disease are informed by the pathophysiology of the disease, and additional modalities for diagnostic testing are in development. And future efforts to improve diagnostics, including newborn screening, will help identify patients earlier in their disease and help reduce morbidity and mortality. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to hearing what patients and caregivers have to say, and I'm now going to turn it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Shilsky. I would now like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine. James has worked for the last 15 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product center and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 75 externally led PFDD meetings. So we are in great hands with James. And James, I'd like you now to take it from here.
Oh, well, thank you, Rhonda. And it's such a pleasure to be here this morning with the Wilson's disease community. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we get to turn to the core of this morning's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with Wilson disease, their family members, close friends, and other caregivers. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition. And as we heard from FDA's Dr. Magnarelli, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of Wilson disease to inform drug development and review. This morning's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit of what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. Today is structured into 2 sessions. In our first session this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with Wilson disease and how those symptoms and health effects impact daily life. In the afternoon, we'll bring everyone back together to discuss your experiences with treatments and strategies to manage Wilson disease symptoms. What will these discussions look like? We'll be using a few different ways to bring your voices into the discussion. First, for each of our topics, we'll be hearing from panels of patients and caregivers of individuals with Wilson disease. They'll be sharing their experiences, setting a good foundation for the discussion, and we're selected to reflect a range of experiences of those living with Wilson disease. We will then go into a facilitated audience discussion because we know that there's many more experiences to hear about, and we'll invite all of you, our patients and caregivers in the audience, to build on those panel discussions. I'll be asking questions, and I'll invite you to state your name and provide a comment. This can be done in one of 2 ways. I'll be inviting you to call in, and I'll share that information on how to do so in a bit. You can also submit written comments using the comment form under the player page that you're following along today. And again, I'll go over that and remind you when we get to our first discussion. We'll also be broadening our discussion through use of polling questions. These are for our patients and caregivers only, and you can use a browser on your phone or on your computer that you're following along with today. And in fact, you can go ahead and get on that system now, so that way you'll be on it when we get to our first set of polling questions. If you go ahead and go to www.pollev.com/WDPFDD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/WDPFDD. You can open this up and it'll just leave this up throughout the day. As anytime we go to questions and as we progress through questions, they'll automatically show up there. Again, these questions are intended to broaden the discussion to everyone and aid in our discussion. I also want to note that we'll have the opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after the meeting, and all of today's input, as well as that written input, will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report which will be provided to the FDA and made available publicly for researchers and drug developers. Before we get to it, I want to cover a few ground rules. We encourage people living with Wilson disease, as well as their parents, family members, and other direct caregivers to contribute in the dialogue. Again, this can be done through polling, phone, and written comments. This is limited to patients and direct caregivers only, so people living with Wilson disease and their family members and close friends. We do welcome, and we have today with us our colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, as well as clinicians who are here to listen. Views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional, so respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, we do ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions. So again, you can go to that webpage I just mentioned, www.pollev.com/WDPFDD. And our first question here for you today is we want to know, are you either A, someone living with Wilson disease, or B, a family member or close friend of someone with Wilson disease? This first batch of questions is to give us a sense of who we have in our live audience today, so that way we have an understanding as we then expand into our topical discussions where we'll be learning about your experiences with Wilson disease. So we're going to give a few extra moments for this first polling question, although it's perhaps the simplest question of the entire day for answering. We want to give everyone a chance to get into our polling system, be able to answer this first polling question before we move on to our next questions. So as it stands, it looks like we see about 60% of our live audience are individuals living with Wilson disease themselves, and about 40% of our audience are family members, close friends, or other direct caregivers of people living with Wilson disease. We'll now go to our next polling question. Here, we want to know, where do you reside? The options here are A, the U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, F, Europe, G, the Middle East, H, Asia, I, Canada, J, Mexico, or K, some other country or region that's not listed as a response option for this question. I'd like to note that now that there's these questions where you can, there's lots of selections here. As you make your selections, know that they are automatically logged. There's no enter or button you need to look to submit your responses. So again, we'll give folks just a couple more minutes here. We want to make sure, moments here. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to respond to these initial kind of demographic polling questions. But as it stands, not surprising for a meeting starting morning time on the East Coast here, that we have a good representation from the Eastern time zone in the U.S. But I'm glad to see. Thank you all for joining from across all of the major time zones here in the United States, as well as those of you from outside of the U.S., coming in from Europe, Canada, and even other countries and regions not listed here. This meeting is for everyone, so even if you're from outside of the United States, we welcome you to call in, write in, have your voices heard. If we go to our third polling question. So for this question, we were asking about the person living with Wilson disease. So for those of you, for our patients, what is your gender? For our caregivers, what is the gender of your loved one with Wilson disease? The options are A, female, B, male, C, other, or D, if you prefer not to say. And you'll see for the remainder of the polling questions, we will be asking about the person living with Wilson disease. So for our caregivers, you'll be answering on their behalf. We still have responses coming here. We see about an equal split right now between female and male, as well as some reporting that they'd prefer not to say. All right. With that, we'll move on to our next polling question here. So here we have a polling question to get a sense of some of the socioeconomic representation within the community here today. I know from the work going into planning this meeting that Wilson disease can have quite a financial impact on families, and so we want to know, what your and your family's household income is before taxes, just to understand the representation we have today. The options here are A, less than $25,000, B, between $25,000 and $50,000, C, $50,000 to $75,000, D, $75,000 to $100,000, E, $100,000 or more, or F, if you prefer not to say. Again, we'll just give everyone a few more moments here to get in your responses, get a sense of our audience makeup today. I do see that we have representation across all of these income brackets, and so we encourage everybody in this community to have your voices heard today. We see, about half of the audience in the $100,000 or more, a good spread across the other income brackets, and then around just under 20% preferring not to say. With our next polling question, we would like to know how old were you if you're living with Wilson's disease, or your loved one if you're a family member or friend of someone living with Wilson's disease. How old are they, or if they have passed away, the age that they passed away. The options are A, less than 12 years of age, B, between 12 and 17 years of age, C, between 18 and 30 years, D, 31 to 50 years of age, or E, if you or your loved one are 51 years of age or older. Give a few more moments. It's looking like the largest group is the 51 years of age or older group, followed by pretty closely between the 31 to 50 year age and 18 to 30 year age groups. But we do see a number of participants, about a little over 10% each, in the 12 to 17 and less than 12 years of age group. So we have people at all ages, perhaps at various points in their journeys with Wilson disease, and we want to hear from you no matter where you are in your journey with Wilson disease today. We go to our next polling question. Here we want to know what age were you diagnosed with Wilson disease, or for our caregivers, what age was your loved one diagnosed with Wilson's disease? The options here are A, before birth or prenatally, B, diagnosed before your first year of age, C, diagnosed between ages 1 and 5 years of age, D, 6 to 11 years of age, E, 12 to 17 years of age, F, 18 to 34 years of age, G, 35 years of age or older, or H, if you're not sure or don't remember. So we're already seeing a shift from, kind of understanding our audience here today. In our last polling question, we saw that, shift, the greatest participants being in that 51 years of age or older category. And when we're looking at, perhaps where the largest proportion of individuals were diagnosed, it's in that 12 to 17 year age range. That's about a third of our participants today. For that, we're seeing about a quarter of people being diagnosed between ages 18 and 34, followed closely by 6 to 11 years. But you're seeing a range of things. People diagnosed here at all age ranges, including a small number of people before the first year or before birth. All right, if we go to one last question here before we go into our first discussion topic for today. This is to give us a sense of the type of Wilson disease our audience is living with. Here we would like to know, what type of Wilson disease are you or your loved one experiencing? The options are A, hepatic or liver focused, B, neurological or brain focused, C, psychiatric or behavioral focused, D, a combination of those types, or E, if you're unsure. Just a few more moments here. I see responses still coming in. It's looking like about half or close to half of our audience experiences hepatic or liver-focused Wilson disease. about a third of the audience with neurological or brain-focused only, about a quarter also with a combination of those things. No one reporting psychiatric or behavioral focused alone, and then a small number who are unsure which type they or their loved one are living with. So thank you all for participating in those polling questions. Again, it's so helpful to get a sense of who we have in our audience today. At this point, we now get to move into our first topic of the day, session 1, which is to help us understand Wilson disease symptoms and daily impacts. So over the course of this session, we're going to be asking you to weigh in on these different questions. So some of the things we'd like to cover of all the different symptoms and health effects of Wilson disease, which 1 to 3 of those symptoms maybe have had the most significant impact on you or your loved one's life? How does Wilson disease affect you or your loved one on the best or worst days? Because we know that the symptoms can vary, whether that's day to day, week to week, or over the course of years. And to that end, how have those symptoms changed over time, as well as the ability to cope with those symptoms? In addition to understanding those direct symptoms and impacts, we would like to know what that means in terms of daily life. And so are there any specific activities that are important to you or your loved one that you or they can't do at all or as fully because of Wilson disease? And finally, knowing that while there's so much that you and your loved ones are dealing with today and have gone through in the past, we know that you have to think about your futures living with Wilson disease. So what do you fear the most as you or your loved ones get older? Or what do you worry about the most about your or your loved one's condition? To get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day. We have Nicole, Raisa, the Rydens family, Nora and Brinley, Aida, and the Reggie family. Nicole, why don't you get it started and take it away?
I'm going to be 42 this August, but my journey with Wilson disease started much earlier, when I was just 10 years old. Looking back, the very first symptoms I noticed were severe stomach aches almost every day. My liver was already fibrotic and copper was building up in my brain. That explained a lot. Getting diagnosed so young probably saved my life. As a teenager and young adult, I tried to live as normally as possible. I went to college, but like a lot of Wilson disease patients, I struggled with medication compliance. When I slept, the consequences were huge. At one point, my speech changed dramatically, and my movements became harder to control. I had to relearn how to write, swallow, walk, and talk. For 2 years, I did speech, occupational, and physical therapy while using a typing device to keep up with my classes. I stayed strong and graduated with a bachelor's degree in graphic design. I also lost my driver's license for 8 years after realizing I couldn't feel the bottom of my foot on the gas pedal. That crushed my independence. But I adjusted by taking buses, volunteering, and working at my uncle's law firm before starting my own business, which is a t-shirt design company. The hardest part of Wilson disease is now fatigue. I get really tired. Sometimes I feel like I can't do much of anything. That's especially hard because I love making plans, but I hate canceling them. The fatigue makes life unpredictable. Over time, other symptoms have come to shape my daily life too. My speech and listening are major challenges. My speech declined throughout the day, especially at night, making communication a lot harder. More than anything, I wish I could talk properly without hesitation. My gait and balance have also gotten worse, which makes mobility harder now than before. On my best of the days, though they are rare, I feel no pain at all. It's amazing, but at the same time, I almost don't want to do too much, because I never know if I'll have to pay for it later with pain or fatigue. On my worst days, I have almost no energy. My speech is worse, and my body feels heavy. There are just so many activities that I miss. Simple things like hiking, riding a bike, roller skiing, or even just jumping. Things that most people take for granted. Even daily tasks like getting dressed or preparing food are hard. But if I wake up early, take my time, and really concentrate, I can usually get them done. Managing Wilson's disease is a full-time job. My treatment includes around 10 pills a day, quarterly Botox injections, a low-copper diet, and constant planning. The side effects can be rough. Pills usually make me gag, arthritis makes my fingers swell painfully, and sometimes migraines land me to the ER, but I've learned how to cope. Caregivers, for one thing, it would be for similar treatment. The idea of gene therapy excites me. I wouldn't have to take pills daily, worrying about forgetting them, or plan around meals, just living. That's what I hope for myself and for every other person with Wilson's disease. But I do worry about the future. I am an only child, and I wonder as I get older. I already know my condition will eventually get worse, but how much worse? Will I be able to get around? Will my pain tolerance go down? Those thoughts are always there. Even with those words, I don't regret my journey. Everything I faced has made me the person I am today.
My name is Raisa. I'm 31 years old and I live in San Francisco, California. I was 17 when Wilson's disease nearly took my life. Looking back, I see that there were earlier signs: fatigue, nightmares, mood changes, dystonia, jaundice that didn't really make sense at the time. And so I went into liver failure, acute liver failure, and I was being prepared for a transplant. But I was one of the fortunate ones. My liver regenerated and transplant was no longer necessary. This turning point defined my entry into adulthood, and recovery for me became not just about survival, but about adapting and embracing lifestyle changes, intensive medical monitoring, and a conscious commitment to low copper foods and lifelong medication. Today, my most consistent challenges are fatigue, medication compliance, and depression. While they're not as dramatic as liver failure, they shape my life in steady, quieter ways. Fatigue sometimes forces me to choose between social activities or work, and then depression adds to the weight of the journey. Staying compliant on medications becomes especially tough during these times, and there are days where my body will remember the pain, and getting out of bed to take care of myself felt very heavy and like a chore. So life during these bad days felt a little too hard, too heavy, and I became dismal in my worldview. What was the point in continuing to take my medications? I was just going to die one way or another. So yeah, the thoughts got pretty dark. One aspect of Wilson's that gets very little rap and attention is the psychological symptoms associated with the disease. So these include behavioral and mental changes, from the copper built up in the brain, which can get compounded by the dramatic change in daily living and hyper-awareness of one's mortality, especially going through liver failure. I remember struggling with nightmares, mood changes, and heightened emotionality at the time of my diagnosis. I cried a lot and got angry very quickly, and this usually felt outside of my control. The unregulated emotions did not actually get addressed until 10 years after the fact, when I found that these symptoms were still impacting my work and daily function. And I also ended up developing PTSD from the experience, having gone through multiple biopsies, which are super invasive, and biannual blood draws and hospitalizations related to suicidality. Things were really tough. I turned myself in multiple times to be on involuntary hold because at the time, ending my life made sense in my brain, even though in my heart, I knew that was not what I wanted. Honestly, mental health support needs to be integrated from the very beginning of diagnosis and consistent throughout life. I wish I had the support that I have now back then. This includes a team of specialists and primary care providers, as well as an EMDR therapist and a psychiatrist, along with support groups. So it's a very comprehensive team. And with that said, on my best days, Wilson's disease really takes a backseat. I can work, laugh with my friends, cook a meal, simply enjoy life. Those days remind me of the joy and gratitude that I carry with me, especially when I feel the sun on my face. On harder days, I just simplify life to the following, which is take a walk, drink water to stay hydrated, take my meds, and get some sleep. Over time, my symptoms have shifted. The crisis of liver failure passed, but ongoing challenges remain, such as the 24-hour urine collections, frequent labs, and refrigerated medications that once made travel really difficult. What I fear most is the potential loss of independence I may experience, especially cognitive or physical abilities, because self-sufficiency is so important to me. What frustrates me most about how invisible Wilson's disease can feel. On the outside, I might look fine, but inside it takes an enormous effort to keep up with daily living. For me, Wilson's disease is not just about copper levels. It's about navigating a multifaceted condition, which is physical, mental, emotional, while still building a meaningful, joyful life. And thank you for letting me share my story.
I'm Wyatt, and I'm 9 years old. I'm Ethan. I'm Wyatt's brother.
I'm his mom, Lee.
And I'm his dad, Brett. And we want to share our family story about living with Wilson disease. Wyatt was only 4 when diagnosed with Wilson disease. He never had neurological symptoms, just the elevated liver enzymes ALT and AST that were discovered during routine monitoring for his mast cell condition. His numbers were dangerously high, over 600 when they should have been below 60. We were told he couldn't go to preschool because his liver was so compromised that a common cold could be dangerous. The medication timing is perhaps our biggest daily challenge. Wyatt has to take his Wilson disease medication twice a day away from meals. So no eating an hour after taking his medication or for 2 hours before his next dose. This means our entire day revolves around timers. He has a special watch to track when he eats and takes his meds. He has to stop playing and run home to take meds. And he misses class time at school. The constant vigilance is exhausting. We are always calculating and thinking about what he needs to take, when he needs to take his medication, to be able to eat at a party, before a swim meet to have energy to swim, but not get sick by eating too close to his heat, before school starts, etc. There's a lot of educating others on the logistics of the diagnosis.
The dietary restrictions aren't just about saying no to certain foods. They've changed everyday life. Wyatt needs to avoid chocolate, nuts, shellfish, foods that he loves. The hardest part is watching him tear up when he asks for something he can't have and his friends can, or finding him hiding candy wrappers in the bathroom because he ate a whole bucket of Halloween candy and he feels bad about it. We initially developed a color system for foods with matching pictures because he was so young when he was diagnosed. It was the easiest way to explain to him what he could and couldn't eat. Since being diagnosed 5 years ago, what has changed is the complexity of managing multiple conditions. Along with Wilson disease, Wyatt has ADHD, mastocytoma, and Ehlers-Danlos. Adding ADHD medication was a difficult decision because there were already food restrictions, and stimulants can reduce appetite exactly during the windows when he needs to be eating.
Here's what I want people to know. Having Wilson disease sucks. I wake up every morning, the first thing I do is take medicine. Sometimes I forget, which means I have to wait even longer to eat. I have ADHD and it's hard to wait for anything, so waiting to eat is extra hard. I get so hungry that my stomach hurts. I can't describe how bad it hurts. And then I get hangry. It's really hard because a lot of people don't understand my Wilson disease. The cafeteria ladies make me put food back because food is either yes, no, not, sometimes, like my yellow foods. At parties, parents offer me a cake with nuts or chocolate, and I have to say no, and I really want to eat it. Class parties are usually during the time when I can't eat, so even if the snack is okay, I still have to take it home. Sometimes it's hard to be different.
If Wyatt eats before he's taken his medicine, we have to restart the clock, which then throws off the rest of the day. That gets complicated if we have sports, dinner plans, a party. I'm happy that my 9-year-old is learning to manage his compliance with medication and diet related to Wilson disease, but it is also heartbreaking that he has to. As Wyatt gets older, my biggest fear is his medication compliance. He has such a strong, independent personality already, and I worry about what happens when he's a teenager, decides he doesn't want to deal with the restrictions anymore, or wants to experiment with alcohol, which would be terrible for his liver. I also worry about the emotional toll accumulating over time. About 2 years ago, he started saying, "I hate my life, and why do I have to be me?" So we're keeping an eye on how that progresses. My greatest fear is probably that despite everything we're doing right, we caught it early, changed his diet immediately, and take medication as prescribed, there's still so many unknowns. Every parent worries about their child's future, but when your child has Wilson disease, you're not just hoping they'll be happy and successful. You're hoping they'll understand that their life depends on taking medication every single day for the rest of their life, following dietary restrictions and making choices that prioritize their health over fitting in. It's a heavy burden for anyone, especially a kiddo who just wants to be like everybody else.
My name is Nora. This is my daughter, Brinley. Both of my daughters have Wilson's disease.
I am 14 years old. I have Wilson's disease.
Brinley, can you share a little bit about what your symptoms were before treatment?
I started with tremors, physically couldn't smile, my voice was quiet, toe was flexed, had abdominal pain, couldn't sleep, nausea, and I couldn't walk. I couldn't focus because of the tremors. I couldn't write well or draw, had extreme fatigue, and I eventually had a seizure. I could not control what my body was doing. I went to doctors all the time, the hospital, saw many specialists, had MRIs, blood work, and physical therapy. It wasn't growing pains, I wasn't dehydrated, and I didn't need more sleep. It was Wilson's disease.
Family genetic test followed.
My sister Emma also had Wilson's disease, along with my cousin Matthew. I hoped they wouldn't have to go through what I went through.
It meant double the tests, double the specialist visits, here and out of state, medication management and cost. We both had to work and we worried about our finances.
Chelation therapy started December 23rd, 2023.
We didn't know how long it would take to get back to normal. We didn't know if there would be lasting neurological effects. We still worry because there are hard days. We worried about the impact on your schoolwork, your academics, your future, your social relationships. What happened next for you?
There were many more appointments, figuring out the right dose of medication to treat my symptoms. We travel to Yale to see the experts in Wilson's 2 to 3 times a year. I see the cardiologist, neurologist, GI liver specialist at home, along with my regular doctor and now dermatology, allergy, and neurogenetics. I get blood draws and have to do 24-hour urine tests. I have to stay home for a full 24 hours to do the urine test, pee in a jug, and carry it down to the basement fridge. I have to adjust my diet and drink filtered water. No more chocolate or peanut butter. I set timers for medication. I have to space them out between meals. My Trinity needs to be in the refrigerator.
Emma reads the labels of every prepackaged product or dessert to make sure that there are no high copper ingredients. We have discussions with teachers and new friends about dietary restrictions and can't-haves. I have to adjust the meals we have in our routine and keep their diet in balance. The girls get nervous if they don't know what is in a dish. I get text messages to ask if it's something that they can have. If we're going out or having a late night, we have to plan what time medication needs to be taken. Sometimes that means setting an alarm to wake them up after they've gone to bed. It means texting on sleepovers to make sure they've taken their medication. It means explaining to new friends that the medication needs to be taken at a certain time or kept cold. Travel means bringing a cooler or making sure a hotel has a mini fridge. How do you think it's going with treatment?
My symptoms get worse with treatment at times. I cry when I can't go to school. My mom had to go on the DC trip with me.
They asked me to go on this trip a week before the trip happened. I followed the buses down in my van. When she isn't doing well, she links arms with mine. She did that on this trip multiple times. I lowered her to the ground in front of the Vietnam Memorial. Her classmates didn't see, but her teachers did, and linked arms with ours and got her to the bus. That trip flared symptoms for the next 4 weeks, and she missed all of that school. Now that you're in treatment, what do the more recent days look like?
This summer I went camping with G, my best friend. There was a hard day. She wheeled me around in the Wild Center. Today, my symptoms are up and down. I get really tired just from being at school. I have to use the elevator. I do physical therapy and occupational therapy instead of PE. I was late to all of my classes the first week of high school. I couldn't get there fast enough. It takes a lot of energy to get through the day. I've had to get taken out of class in a wheelchair. I get scared when I have days with symptoms. I don't know how long they will last or why. I worry that I'm going to miss a lot more school. I like seeing my friends. I went 2 years without being able to see them every day. I worry that I won't keep up with my schoolwork or grades. Mama, how do you feel when I have symptoms?
We all get scared. We wonder if she's going to go back to where we were, if there's going to be lasting effects. Which doctor do I reach out to? How long do I wait to see if they get better? Is there going to be a new medication added? Is a normal childhood illness going to wreak havoc on our system? The setbacks felt really hard.
Setbacks feel really hard.
Why did you decide to be involved in this conversation?
I want more people to know about Wilson's disease, and it may be more common than realized. I don't want people to have to go through what I did. It took a long time for me to be well enough to be back at school, see my friends, make bracelets, or draw on paper again. Why did you decide to be involved in this conversation?
Because this disease is 100% fatal if not treated, but there's treatment. Those words echo in my head all of the time. We were fortunate enough to have the best providers in our area and leading experts in Wilson's and the Northeast taking care of my girls and my family. The paths that we crossed, the support, the kind words, the doctors that work together all helped to get us where we are today, and not everyone is so lucky.
Not everyone would have listened.
Not everyone has the support that we do.
Thank you for this opportunity and for listening. Thank you.
We are Aida, Sherry, Luciani. Sherry and Luciani are 10 years old twins, and Aida is 40. We were born in a town called Cutting Pin, Cut Cloth. Our childhood was very normal. We went to school, we had excursions. When I was 60 years old, and 30, and then by 11 years old, 30, suddenly started to come back very well. Our parents took Cesar to the hospital, and in about 2 weeks, he had the Wilson disease diagnosis. Then the doctors done the test and confirmed Abdeni and me also had Wilson disease. Abdeni and me did not have any symptoms at this time. However, I thought discovered that we had survived. We did intervene and carry fact. This is very good in the liver. I took getting like my credit for any time. I took it for about 2 weeks. And it was disaster. It's been almost 2 years. We have done that which is comes and comes from the bodies which not control. You know, focus, target, I could control each way. Investigate. When I started the pursuing, I began to have difficulties walking and talking, but it was not nearly as bad that I was in the finally our letters did our meeting regime and our students into that into space slowly. During this time our parents and grandparents had to take their lives and take care of us. We should work with us is him and we need to work again. If we said it again, it was again, it should be him. And I was 17 and the work references our father died. Then we realized that our grandparents one day in the future will also die. So it was important that the three of us become as independent as possible, both physically and mentally. I went on to Barcelona to study computer engineering. Later studied computer tech and studied European programming. We also started children as part of it, but it's for our education in dance, sing, and cognition. We were stable for all of us until I was 27 years old. She was finished because of the studies and need within that needed condition because it was years old, she was needed to get the fund. And we are people that present now I'm very amazed work with computers and Thursday works as a student tutor and briefly apart with my boyfriend Alberto. And we took our care of each other. We try to be active and sometimes take hikes in the mountains. But these symptoms, challenges, as every day, we work with difficulty and challenge around down. With this, which is to the solution, forever, and psychologically, we feel vulnerability and sometimes fear. Because our lives depend on medication.
Wow. Thank you to all of our panelists for being so brave and willing to share your and your family's experiences of living with Wilson disease, helping us understand, the wide range of symptoms and health effects and all of the ways that they impact your daily lives. So important, and hearing and starting off with that, and now shifting into our first opportunity to now hear from the rest of you in our live audience today, people living with Wilson disease, their family members, close friends, and other caregivers, to build on that and hear the range of different experiences. If you'd like to have your voices heard, we encourage you to call in. You can call in starting now by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. If you call in, you'll get connected with our operator who will take down some information, so that way we can then bring you into the live program. You can also submit written comments. There is a comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today. To get us started, I'd like to go back to polling. So for those of you who were with us earlier, you can go back to that same webpage. If you've just joined us, this is for our patients and caregivers only. You can go to www.pollev.com/WD-PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/WD-PFDD. Keep this page up throughout the day. As we go to different questions, they will automatically appear there. So our first question for this morning's topic 1 discussion is, which of the following Wilson disease related symptoms do you or your loved one, if you're a caregiver, has your loved one ever had? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, fatigue and low energy, B, liver disease, for example, inflammation, hepatitis, fatty liver, steatosis, or cirrhosis, C, tremors, muscle stiffness or gait balance problems, D, speech difficulties, E, nausea or vomiting, F, difficulty swallowing or choking, G, weakness or loss of physical strength, H, issues with memory, processing information, or the ability to focus, I, behavioral changes, things like personality changes or impulsiveness, J, anxiety or depression, K, pain, or L, some other symptom related to your Wilson disease that you or your loved one have ever had. I would like to note this is our first polling question of the day where our audience can select more than one option. And so the percentages you're seeing are not the percentage of people who have made any option, but the percentage of overall responses that we're getting. So I like to think of the bars, the orange bars that you're seeing, it's a little bit of like a relative ranking amongst our audience. So I'll give you just a few more moments here. It looks like, as it stands, that fatigue and low energy is being reported as being experienced by the greatest proportion of our audience, followed by liver disease, tremors, muscle stiffness, and or gait and balance problems. We see a number of things here, right kind of in the middle of the pack: speech difficulties, nausea, vomiting, difficulty swallowing, weakness, memory and other cognitive issues. Anxiety and depression is kind of popping up here. Really, so many things experienced by so many. It's really what is standing out to me as we see this, including a number of other things that weren't listed. And even if maybe they're less common Wilson disease-related symptoms, we do want to hear about those today as well. If we go to our next polling question. So here you'll recognize all of the response options. They're the same as the last question, but here we have a different question for you. We'd like you to select the most troublesome of those Wilson disease-related symptoms that you or your loved one have had, and you can select up to the top 3 of those. So as you're making these selections, we want you to think about which of those, why you're making the selections that you are, what came to mind, and we hope that you'll call and write in to share those experiences. So again, the options are A, fatigue or low energy, B, liver disease, C, tremors, muscle stiffness, or gait and balance problems, D, speech difficulties, E, nausea or vomiting, F, difficulty swallowing or choking, G, weakness or loss of physical strength, H, issues with memory, processing information, or the ability to focus, I, behavioral changes, J, anxiety or depression, K, pain, or again, L, some other Wilson disease-related symptom that's not otherwise listed. So again, as you're making these selections, I want you to think of that. Well, what's the why behind? I know it's difficult. I think it was very clear from our first polling that there's a large burden for individuals across many symptoms. So it might be difficult to just pick 1, 2, or 3 of these. So as you're making those selections, think of the why. And again, we encourage you to call and write in. As it stands, it looks like the top 2 are the fatigue and low energy and liver disease being reported as most troublesome. After that, we're seeing tremors, muscle stiffness, and gait and balance problems. Maybe the next tier down, we're seeing anxiety and depression and speech difficulties as being reported. But something else that really sticks out to me is that every single one of these is in the top 3 most troublesome symptoms for some number of people here today. So there's no, small number of things that are most troublesome. It's quite broad across the board here. So thank you for participating in those polling questions. We'll be coming back to polling throughout the session here. But now we'd like to broaden the discussion and hear your voices and have you share your experiences. And to start us doing that, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers living with Wilson disease or caregivers who will be sharing some of your experiences throughout the session today. So welcome. Mary, maybe we can start with you and on this discussion. There's such a large range of different symptoms we saw from the first polling question to the second polling question, needing to, kind of figure out what is the most troublesome. What came to mind to you as maybe the top 1 or 2 things on that list?
Good morning, Rhonda and James. I'm Mary from California. I was a late diagnosis neurological presentation Wilson's disease patient. I was diagnosed at 39 in October of 2015. I presented with significant neurological deficits, and by the time that I was diagnosed, I was completely disabled. I was unable to speak. I could not walk. I could not take care of myself. I needed help 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. The most troublesome symptom for me when I had acute symptoms was my speech impediment, because my brain was working, but I was unable to communicate what I was feeling, what I was thinking. And the most difficult thing was not being able to communicate to my doctors.
Right. Well, Mary, maybe to dig into that a little bit more, I mean, was this something that very rapidly onset, in terms of the speech impediment as you described it, can you kind of talk about how you first noticed it, what that looked like initially?
Certainly. Actually, my symptoms started in early 2014, and the first thing I noticed is my handwriting changed. I have very small, neat handwriting, and I could just feel that I had a loss of control in my hand, and my handwriting got larger and not as precise. Then it was balance issues. So I went from wearing 4-inch heels and it was dropping inch by inch until I was only wearing flats. And then I started noticing tremors and my eyes were unable to focus to read. I didn't notice it at first. It isn't until I look back and I hear my wedding video that I realized that my speech had significantly slowed down. And I had to really form my mouth and my tongue in the right places to be able to say words.
Yeah. And then from maybe from that point of your wedding where you noticed that, you were kind of having to be very purposeful in articulating words, and there still was maybe some slurring, what was the journey then to that point where you felt like you couldn't communicate with your doctors?
So I stopped working in January of 2015. I got married in May 2015. And literally within the 2 months of marriage, I couldn't speak. And I had to be pushed in a wheelchair or I was bedridden all day.
Right. And then at that point in time, you say you're bedridden, you're not able to speak. Were you able to communicate, kind of by any means, or were the other symptoms and challenges, did that make it then difficult to write or do any?
Yes. The only people that could understand me were my immediate family. So my husband, my mom, and my sisters, because they were willing to wait for me to say monosyllable words, and then I just used my hands as best as I could. But I didn't ask for much at that time. And at the time that they were communicating with my doctors, by that time they had seen the whole presentation and my sister of my symptoms. And my sister kept very detailed medical records in a notebook. And so she was able to show all of that to my doctors.
Okay. And just since we're here, we're having a conversation today. It's very different than what you're describing. Can you just, as background, just share, what has changed from then to now?
Well, so during my recovery time, it was probably 3 years. I did speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy twice a week, every week for 18 months. I did 4 hours of homework a day, and it was a slow process. I don't think I got to this point in my speaking ability until probably around 2000. And around 2003 was when I was feeling like I think I sound and move the way I did before I was diagnosed.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you for helping us understand that and walking us through that journey with the impacts on speech. And certainly it's already challenging in a rare disease, communicating with doctors, trying to navigate that, but then, not being able to yourself really do that, it sounds like a very big impact. Mandy, I'd like to bring you into this conversation here as we're exploring some of the most troublesome symptoms and health effects of Wilson disease. What are maybe the 1 or 2 top things that come to mind for you?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Mandy. I'm 29. I'm currently in Portland, Oregon. And I was diagnosed when I was pretty young. I was about 6 years old with a mostly hepatic presentation with lab abnormalities. They picked up on my Wilson's disease because of my brother. So he had lab abnormalities, and then they tested the rest of the family. For me, the most troublesome symptoms, I have struggled with fatigue in the past. And especially when I was on zinc, I had a lot of issues with nausea and stomach pain. Like, I remember working at my job in college and like having to go find a room to lay down in because I just got I called them like stomach attacks, and they got so bad that I couldn't like focus or work. Luckily, I've switched to chelators and I haven't had that problem now that I'm on chelators, which is really great and really helpful for my current work. I'm a surgical resident, so I'm really lucky that I don't really have those debilitating kind of things anymore, and that I never experienced the neurological symptoms either.
Right. Well, you mentioned fatigue as well. Can you describe what that is? I mean, I think fatigue probably means a different thing to a lot of different people. Can you maybe kind of walk us through, share an example of that type of fatigue?
Yeah, I always struggle with that one because it's so hard, to compare from one person to another and everything. I guess for me, it's a little different. I just got off of a 24-hour shift, so it's like, how much fatigue does anyone have after that?
Yeah.
But I do feel like I can bounce back like a bit slower than my peers. I feel like I need more sleep and things. I feel like some surgical residents really push themselves to superhuman boundaries, and a lot of times I have to say, like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I need to go home and sleep. The end of the 24-hour shift is done. And it is really hard to push through it sometimes. But yeah, it is a really vague symptom. I don't know what it feels like to other people. I don't know what it would feel like if I didn't have Wilson's disease. I'm sure anyone would be tired after that, but sometimes I think like, oh, maybe it would be, I could study that much longer on my other days off, or I could stay just a little longer to learn more or something like that. And I do struggle with that at times.
Yeah. And then, could you maybe, is that, something that's pretty constant in your life? Do you have good days or bad days, when it comes to that fatigue, or whether it's you wake up in the morning, you feel a certain way, you're going to have one, or maybe it's after that day, you're just impacted differently. is there much kind of variability in the fatigue that you experience day to day?
I think that's probably a hard question to answer for me because my schedule has actually been changing like a lot. So I've actually had a little bit more free time, and being able to focus on really taking care of myself, getting sleep and getting exercise has made me feel so much better in terms of fatigue. I feel like it's kind of a snowball effect.
Yeah.
Where it's like being able to do these extra things to take care of yourself can really help stay on top of it, even though there is obviously like probably another component that's just from the disease itself. So I've been lucky recently that my schedule was a little bit more flexible, and I've been doing a lot of wellness things, and it's been getting a lot better overall. But there's definitely days where I feel like I'm doing a lot better, and then towards the end of the day, I'm like, oh no, feeling tired again.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's really interesting. You have your own little experiment going on just with the changing of schedules and kind of seeing how those, that impacts your fatigue. I guess if you think back to before, you kind of had more opportunity for self-care, you kind of talked about like this, I think you used the word snowball effect. Can you describe what that means? Does that mean like it was harder to recover after those times where you did push yourself? How did it snowball for you? Can you describe that?
Yeah, I think so. I think the recovery has been really hard, and I feel like I compare myself to others since I'm pretty lucky to be asymptomatic from like a neurological standpoint, and I've never, been hospitalized for my liver disease. It hasn't gotten to cirrhosis yet. Hopefully it never does. I feel like sometimes I forget I have Wilson's disease, honestly, and I compare myself to my peers, and I watch them do these 24-hour shifts, and then they do so much more afterwards, and they're always studying, and sometimes it feels like they know more than I do, and I kind of have to take a step back because I do take a little longer to recover after these sorts of things, and trying to like know my own body and kind of notice when I'm not giving myself enough time to recover, and trying to take a step back and prevent that snowballing effect has been something pretty important for me.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Mandy, for sharing that and kind of, sharing what you've gone through, but what you're currently trying to juggle. And I can't imagine, the demands of being a medical resident and balancing that with Wilson disease. So thank you. I do see that we have a phone caller, so I'd love to bring our first phone caller of today. We have Brock from Texas, who's a care partner, a friend of a person with Wilson disease that would like to share their experiences. So, Brock, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, and thank you so much for having me. I'm calling in on behalf of a very dear friend, Joe Scanlon, who was mentioned in the opening remarks. He was a very bright, vibrant young man. He was diagnosed with Wilson disease in the spring of 2024. His symptoms were somewhat behavioral. He also lost his fine motor skills. His voice weakened. He couldn't walk well, and this led to him being unable to work. And so he had no insurance. He was not able to get his hands on the medications, and he deteriorated very rapidly, which eventually led to his hospitalization, where he fell into a vegetative state, and he remained in that state until his untimely passing, which was just in December. So from the time he was diagnosed to the time of his passing was less than 2 years, and the doctors discovered he did have irreversible damage in his brainstem from copper buildup. So, like I said, this definitely impacted his friends, his family. This was very rough to watch.
Oh, I cannot even imagine. Brock, if you don't mind me asking, you mentioned, that back in 2024, when he was diagnosed, he was had behavioral symptoms in addition to the fine motor. We haven't heard, talked a lot yet about some of the behavioral impacts. Do you mind describing what that was for Joe, the things that maybe you were noticing about him?
He seemed to have just some strange thought patterns. It's like he couldn't always make wise and sound decisions about just things that may have confronted him. He might lash out a little bit if he got agitated or frustrated, and that was not a normal behavior for him. This was something that was very sudden, and so that was definitely a red flag that he started getting, like I said, I don't know if volatile is the right word, but he would just get, like I said, just kind of very, very angry and agitated when the average person would not have that kind of reaction. And so, and then he started to lose the fine motor skills. So that's when the family said, okay, we've got to get some testing done. And it didn't take long for them to determine that he had the Wilson disease. And I do know at one point in time he did have some suicidal ideation that we did not know about. So that was also another behavioral issue that surfaced.
Right. I guess if you're looking back, because this all sounds like it kind of came on all of a sudden, but kind of hindsight being 2020, is there anything that you would say that maybe were symptoms that could have been attributed to Wilson disease before kind of this more significant onset, or for Joe it really kind of was all of a sudden?
For us, it really was much more sudden. It just, like I said, now he did at the time before moving back to Texas, he had lived in another state, and so that caused a lot of confusion because his friends and family were not around him as much because he was living out of the area. So I think that may have been why it seemed so sudden. But those around him in the other state, they may have noticed some changes. But for the rest of us, it did feel like it came on very quickly.
I see. Wow. Well, Brock, I really appreciate you calling in and giving some voice to Joe and his experience and what you all, the people in his life, had to witness and experience along with him. So really, really appreciate you calling in and sharing. So I'd like to come back here to our Zoom panel. Again, for the rest of our live audience, you just heard what it's like to call in. We encourage you to keep calling in throughout the program and, of course, writing as well. But I'd like to check in with Ariana and Pam. We're still exploring the range of the different symptoms and health effects, some of the things that maybe have been most troublesome, most burdensome. What comes to mind for the two of you?
Hello, first off, I'm Ariana. I was diagnosed at the age of 25. And my symptoms are, this is my mom, Pam. She can introduce herself. Hi, how are you? We are from Colorado. I say my symptoms that most affect me are my tremors because I'm constantly moving, which has caused me to have to get a feeding tube because I'm not able to keep on all the weight because I'm constantly moving. I also have zero appetite because of the medication I'm on, so that does not help. So yeah, I would say tremors are my big one, and then pain from the tremors as well.
Oh, wow. So let's talk about that a little bit more. The tremors. Can you tell us, a little bit about, maybe over, the course of your experience with them? How long have you been experiencing tremors? Have they gotten more severe or significant over time?
Yeah. So tremors are actually one of my first symptoms that I've noticed, as well as drooling and handwriting and watching like the others. However, once I did take the FDA-approved medication, Triantine, within 2 days, my tremors increased to 5 times a second, which is actually faster than a helicopter. Helicopter is only 4 times a second around. I cannot walk, talk, or speak within 2 days of taking the medication.
Yeah.
So to say I had an adverse reaction is an understatement. Yeah. They got better while I was on the trial drug, However, since the charge has ended, they have now come back as more severe.
Wow. And, you know, I guess if you're thinking about like day-to-day life and, you know, living with the tremors, you know, you talked about obviously it impacts aspects of life, including, you know, even talking and, you know, socializing. Can you kind of describe, you know, some of the things that are most impacted by your tremors day to day?
Well, I would say like cooking. Like she isn't able to, she lives on her own, but she isn't really able to cook, chop. She's able to, you know, take care of her daily needs.
Yeah.
And I would say the socialization it's really impacted that in her dating life.
And I have very extreme anxiety from it as well.
And then, Ariana, you also mentioned pain associated with your tremors. Can you tell us what that means? Is it certain places that you have pain? Is it kind of sharp and acute? Is it like a chronic pain? Maybe just
Yeah. So at the beginning, my feet would continuously twitch. So it was like I had shin splints, but it'd be constant because I was constantly running on them. So that was super painful. We actually went to a point where we put a 100-pound sandbag on my feet at the dinner table just to get them a little rest, a break from moving constantly. And then I had severe pain in my neck, so my neck constantly moving as well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And Botox has actually helped with that. So I get Botox injections in my neck, and it releases some of the pain, but not all of it, unfortunately.
Yeah. And is that something you experience, you know, every day?
Yeah, my pain's every day.
Oh, goodness. Well, Ariana, Pam, thank you so much for weighing in on this important topic. Andy and Tanya want to come around again as we're exploring some of the most troublesome symptoms, health effects. What's at the top of your list?
Hi, my name's Andy. This is my wife, Tanya.
Hi.
We're in Wisconsin. I was diagnosed at the end of 2019 at 49 years of age. I'm 55 now. What led to my diagnosis was mainly high liver enzymes that I had for, I would say, 6 or 7 years prior to diagnosis. But I have very little liver damage, so most of my symptoms that were noticeable had to do with I had skin changes, behavioral issues where my behavior changed, sleep problems. I had problems swallowing, arthritis, neck and muscle pain. I could go on, but so as far as the most problematic. In the summer of 2020, after I started on Triantine, the most problematic was the sleep problems, because those increased to the point where I wouldn't sleep for 2 or 3 days at a time. That's gotten a lot better. Early on, I would say for Tanya, and she can confirm this, the most problematic was probably the behavioral changes. I could relate to what the caller said about being very irritable and getting angry about things that a normal person would not get angry about. I don't know if you want to pull in there.
Yeah, I would say he would sleep all the time. It was little things that just started to add up, but he was always very easygoing as a person and really fun. And he just was angry all the time and would lash out. And it was like being married to somebody who was completely different. And at the beginning, I thought, oh, maybe this is age. I don't know. We've been married a long time. I really couldn't quite get a handle on that. But then we'd go on vacation. He would have rashes on his feet. He would have intense stomach pain where he would break out into a sweat. But I don't know if other people on the panel had this, but as things would crop up, and I would say, you need to go to the doctor. This isn't right. Something's changing.
Right.
He would not. He just wouldn't go and wouldn't go and wouldn't go. And so it had to get really, really bad until we could eventually push him into going. But it was a series of different things that just continued to get worse. Weight loss. He had significant weight loss and his skin coloring changed. He was sort of yellow-orange, and our friends all noticed it. So I think that's when when other people were noticing it as well, helped.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think very important to hear about that interplay between kind of the behavioral, impacts and even, being willing to seek, medical care and kind of address some of the other symptoms that were happening at the same time. Tanya, just to follow up with you first, was that, something that kind of crept up, you started noticing slowly, or, or how did you first notice? Is there an example of the kind of thing that, in terms of some of, that behavioral change, feeling like it was a different person than you had married? When did you realize that?
Our daughter was home from college, and for the two of us, we didn't argue a lot or fight a lot. We always got along. So when that started to change, and I couldn't get a handle on it, but then our daughter came home from college, and they always got along too, and he lashed out at her. And I think she was so surprised by that. And then I knew his partner at work that he worked with really well, and she was older. She would start to tell me that he was mad at her. So I think when other people were really seeing it and he was lashing out at people he didn't normally lash out at, I think it was those Anna and probably Pat at work that really.
Right.
And I think they started saying things and seeing it.
Right. And then, Andy, I wanted to follow up with you. You talked about, periods of time where you wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Can you kind of describe, what was happening? Was it just like insomnia where you just couldn't sleep, or was it symptoms that made it uncomfortable for you to sleep? Can you kind of just tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Well, in 2020, and I started on Triantine that April, so I'm only a few months in, which generally, from my understanding, the copper levels go way up, and symptoms can tend to get worse, like Ariana mentioned. At that time, it was literally, I just couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't anything else doing it. I think I was probably very anxious, and you felt like you had to sleep, but you couldn't.
Right.
If you fast forward 5 years, most of my symptoms are a lot better behaviorally and sleep. I still have issues sleeping from time to time. That's generally most recently from GI issues that I think are caused by Triantine. So that'll keep me up, but it's nothing. It's not 2 or 3 days at a time like it used to be.
And was there any impact the other way around, like when you weren't able to rest, not able to sleep, or even when it happens from time to time now with the GI issues? Do you see that make any of your other symptoms more significant?
Other than irritability and, there's a fatigue aspect, which other people have mentioned as well.
Right.
But I think I'm more tuned into it now. So when I can't sleep, I know it might be a difficult day that way.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's just like anybody else. If you don't sleep for a night, you know how you feel the next day.
Right.
And then for me, with the GI stuff, I've just tried to handle that. And once you get it under control, the sleep seems to return.
I see.
And so does the personality and the lack of irritability.
Sure. Well, thank you both so much for sharing. I do see that we're getting a lot of written comments coming in on this topic as well. So I want to check in with you, Rhonda. I know you've been looking to see what's coming in there.
Yes, well, James, we do have a lot of comments coming in, quite a bit here. But just to add to a little commentary from what I'm hearing from our panelists about what Mandy said about her fatigue, and I was her age when I started my reporting career, and I remember for years, I would tell my doctor I always felt tired, and I come home from work, and I would just sleep. And sometimes you don't know, is it a busy career, or is it the Wilson disease? So I can definitely resonate with that. And listening to Brock's comment about about Joe and his very quick progression, that does happen with some of these cases. But in the comments, what I would like to point out is we have some representation here from the different manifestations that patients may experience. So Anonymous from Chicago writes, I was diagnosed with Wilson's disease in 2005 at the age of 10, initially showing hepatic symptoms, treated with trientine and zinc therapy. In 2017, at age 22, I began developing neurological and psychological symptoms. I experienced severe head pain, like someone was hammering a nail into the center of my head or crushing my bones. I had drooling, tremors, dystonia, hallucinations, and insomnia. And we don't know what caused that change, but what we often hear from people is it has something to do with medication, which is what we're talking about today, the complexities. And from Stacy in California, she writes, I had hand flapping, like I was trying to work a hand puppet's mouth, tremors, balance issues, slurred speech, drooling, and my handwriting became very small and illegible. I was no longer able to work. She did clerical administrative work and was let go from her job. She says it took about 1.5 years of chelation for my symptoms to subside, enough to the point that I could return to work. My neurologist said that I could only work in a part-time, stress-free job, but unfortunately, a part-time job doesn't pay the bills nor provide health insurance, so I went back to full-time. So clearly a a neurological case there. And then Sane writes, I live in a very stigmatized state of life due to the debilitating psychiatric issues. My tremors have reduced, I hallucinate on a daily basis, and it's usually a mix of fictional things I've watched, and the reality is often very distorted. So the psychiatric issues there along with the neurological issues.
Well, thank you to everyone who's been writing in. We'll continue to share some of your experiences throughout the program. Know that we won't be able to get to all of them today, but we are receiving them and will include them in that Voice of the Patient summary report. I do want to shift gears here a little bit and expand the conversation. Some of this has already come up, but I want to understand a little bit more about how these different symptoms and health effects related to Wilson disease impact your daily life and activities in daily life. So to get us started on that, I'd like to take us to a polling question. So go ahead and open that browser back up, whether it's on your computer or on your phone. Go to pollev.com/WD-PFDD. Our polling question for you here is we'd like to know what specific activities of daily life that are most important to you or your loved one who's living with Wilson disease are you or they not able to do or struggle with as a result of Wilson disease. And like the last question we asked a little earlier, we'd like you to select the top 3 activities that are most impacted, that are important to you. The options here are A, eating and drinking, B, communicating, C, walking and mobility, D, managing school or work responsibilities, E, fine motor tasks, things like writing and typing, F, working out or participating in other recreational activities, G, restful sleep, H, driving or traveling independently, I, independent self-care, things like bathing, dressing, and toileting, J, maintaining social relationships, or K, some other activity in daily life that's most important to you or your loved one that you or they are either not able to do or struggle with as a result of Wilson disease. And this may be because of a single symptom. This may be because of a constellation of things. So as you're making these selections, think about what in your Wilson disease experience is making these things challenging or not possible. And we hope that you'll call in and write in to share those experiences related to these different daily impacts. So as it stands, it sounds like looks like the thing that is being reported as being a top impact in daily life is restful sleep, as well as eating and drinking and managing school and work responsibilities. Those are kind of right there at the top, followed closely behind by working out or participating in recreational activities, maintaining social relationships, and communicating. However, again, one thing that was really striking is that every single one of these different activities, including many other things, are in the top 3 most important activities that are either difficult or not possible to do. So a wide range of things that we encourage you to call in right in about. And if you would like to call in, you can do so by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. But let's check in with our Zoom panel here, get things kicked off on this new question. And RJ, I want to start with you here. As you think about the different things in life that either are difficult or maybe even impossible because of Wilson disease, what's important to you that's impacted?
Thanks for that question. Hello, Rhonda and James. My name's RJ. I'm calling in from Chicago. I was diagnosed at 40 years old. I'm 42 today. And I was presenting mainly with neurological symptoms. But the frustrating portion of my diagnosis was I had exhibited many Wilson's symptoms throughout my life, and it was always missed or misdiagnosed. Hearing from the other panelists, one of the items that is top of my mind is hearing of the psychiatric and the anger issues and a lot of issues that could have been stemmed from Wilson's that I just had no clue about. So the things that I'm worried about with impact my daily life now is having children, raising children, missing meals because of my medications. And I'm constantly worrying about how is my health going to be as they grow up? Am I going to be there for them as a father? And how is this going to affect my ability to raise them as children, essentially?
Yeah, RJ, I mean, that's heartbreaking to hear that worry that you have to live with already, as you're navigating your, the symptoms that you described, on top of that. But as you think about those worries, are there specific aspects of your Wilson's disease that you worry will make that, whether it's, raising children or some of those other things, particularly difficult? Is it, just as you age with your symptoms as they are you worried things will get worse?
That's correct. And it mainly has to do with my fatigue. And then also presenting as neurological symptoms with tremors. About a year and a half ago, my speech was significantly impaired. I could no longer communicate correctly. It was very similar to Mary's experience, where I could think properly, however, I could not articulate my words correctly. So, in social situations, people would look at me very awkwardly. And I was in a mentorship position. People would look at me as if I didn't know what I was talking about. So, but growing, as my children grow up, am I going to be able to have the energy that they need for a father to be there? Am I going to have the strength to get out of bed in the morning? Are my tremors going to come back? And am I going to be able to do regular physical activities like throwing around the ball, picking them up, taking them to the park? So those types of physical activities really worry me, and especially if there is a reversal in my symptoms.
And then RJ, with what you're experiencing today, are there already things that, are, starting to be, affected or already challenging that, you might mention?
The most difficult thing is the psychiatric symptoms, because I'm not one to use Wilson's as a scapegoat, but I do realize and recognize my anger outbursts, the difficulty of depression and anxiety at times, and I don't want to blame Wilson's, and it's really difficult to understand if it is the Wilson's that is causing these effects, or is it me? So that is one of the most difficult aspects.
Yeah, and I guess the kind of psychological impacts is that do you have periods of that being better or worse? I mean, you kind of were alluding to that, sometimes maybe they are a little worse. How do you, pick up on that, identify that, notice that?
Well, throughout high school, I actually recognized I would go through bouts of depression where I, wouldn't want to get out of bed. I wouldn't want to do any physical activity. So growing up as an adult, I would be able to recognize that, and it's still true. So today, I typically go through these depressions and think, is it seasonal depression if it comes about during winter? And I am married now, so when my wife will nudge me to get out, do physical activity, or say, get out of bed, we're not laying down anymore. And, I don't want to use Wilson's as a scapegoat, but is it the Wilson's? Is it me being lazy? What is it? And it's just a true, circle in my head of how to deal with these symptoms.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, RJ. I do see that we have a caller I'd like to bring into the conversation. We have Kathy from Colorado, who's a family member to her sister living with Wilson disease. I'd like to share some of the impacts of Wilson disease, and I am guessing some of the impacts on family relationships as well. So, Kathy, I would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome. Yes, would love to hear what you wanted to share about your sister.
Yeah, my sister was diagnosed at 16, and she is 66 now. She has developed over the years a variety of cognitive issues. She presented with neurological issues, and she continues to have neurological issues. But her psychiatric issues really have become prominent. She has a lot of anxiety, depression, OCD. Her sleep has become very erratic. She thinks nothing of staying up all night till 4 in the morning or 6 in the morning, and then she'll sleep all day long. And, of course, that affects her compliance with taking her zinc. The other thing that makes compliance difficult for her is that she has diabetes type 1. Mm-hmm. And so, with the zinc, she has to take that away from meals. But if she has a blood sugar that's bottoming out and getting very low, that becomes priority. She has to go ahead and eat and get some sugar in because her blood sugar is getting very, very low. And she's in the emergency room, which she's done many, many times. So the diabetes really confounds her. It makes it very difficult to be compliant with the zinc in terms of the two are kind of confronting each other, if you will. They're opposing each other in terms of their needs around food. So that's been very difficult for her. Her decision making and her ability to plan, to have structure, to have any routine in her life seems to be completely gone. I think that's part of the cognitive issue that makes compliance very difficult for her.
Yeah. And, Kathy, I mean, this is really interesting, a number of different, aspects of both Wilson disease, but also the comorbidity of type 1 diabetes, interplaying with the ability to comply with medication. We've heard about the importance of adherence with medication already today. As you think, kind of about that, has this been something that your sister has, particularly related to like the cognition and staying up all night and then the impacts the next day? Can you just talk a little bit about what that's looked like for her over time? Has this issue with, then the related compliance with medication issue been a problem for her for a long time?
It has developed for her slowly over many decades. She's had a complete personality change from when she was younger with Wilson disease. She used to be very lighthearted, very fun-loving, very humorous, and now she's very low much of the time. she has a great deal of generalized pain.
Okay.
So she's very burdened with illness is the only way that I can describe it.
Sure.
And her personality changes they're part of this cognitive issue where she can't plan, so she doesn't really have a lot of friends because they'll call her and ask if they can, have lunch together next week. And she'll say, I'm really not sure. I'll get back to you next week. And then she doesn't get back to them because maybe she doesn't even remember, or she can't even plan it, or she doesn't show up for lunch with her friend because she had too much pain, and she might call them and say, I won't be there. But her ability to have a normal life, normal social interactions is kind of gone.
Wow.
She just can't do it anymore. She can't think in a normal fashion anymore.
Wow. Well, Kathy, I really appreciate you calling in and sharing your sister's experience and giving that lens into her life and these range of impacts. I see we have another phone caller I'd like to bring into the conversation. We have Joe from Brooklyn, who's a family member of someone with Wilson disease. So I'd like to bring Joe into the program. Joe, welcome. Are you with us?
Yeah, good morning and afternoon, everyone, depending on where you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon here from just outside of Washington, D.C. Would love to hear what it was that you want to add to this conversation about the impacts of Wilson disease.
Yeah, so earlier I was listening to the Zoom panel, and I wanted to echo a few points that Mary, RJ, Andy, and Tanya had shared. So some of the things was Mary and RJ sharing that they were able, like their speech impediments. Mary shared earlier that her thoughts were processing well, but translating into speech was extremely difficult, and it's something that my cousin Min had shared very early on, that he felt that his mind was working super well, but it was so difficult for him to communicate, and he was formerly a project manager at an architecture firm in New York City, and he was actually doing very well in life overall, but due to the communication issues, he started finding his job very difficult, and at first his coworkers couldn't understand what was going on, his boss couldn't understand what was going on, and this was probably like a year after he had started presenting with hepatic symptoms, and at that point we didn't see any link between the two.
Right.
And these hepatic symptoms started, I believe, in 2019, and it wasn't until 2022, 3 years later, his brother, who's a geneticist, actually studied his genetic sequencing and found that he had the mutation of the ATP7B gene that Dr. Shilke had mentioned earlier.
Yes.
And that's when we passed on this information to his providers. So up until that point, he was already seeing a hepatologist, a neurologist, a psychiatrist, but no one had really had Wilson's on their radar. And I think this definitely contributed to, it further accentuated a lot of the anger and frustration that he had developed by this point, because he was very angry that recognition of this was not even a thing.
Yes.
So, yeah. And also wanted to echo Andy and Tanya's point with, the sleep issues. I definitely remember back in 2020, Min was expressing that he was he had to take a lot of melatonin to try to sleep. And even then, he would stay up until 2 a.m., a lot of times messaging me, just sharing his anxieties about everything. And he definitely developed a lot of irritability and was definitely lashing out at loved ones. By this point, he was on medical leave from work, so he never had the opportunity to lash out at coworkers, but I remember all of this being extremely prevalent.
Wow. And I mean, you kind of a common thread through what you've been sharing are these impacts on work. Can you kind of describe, his journey with his disability? Is he still not able to, work today? Maybe just kind of, share a little bit more on that front.
Absolutely. So he definitely has not gone back to work yet. Right now, similar to what Mary and Ariana shared about having difficulties with gait. At one point, he was wheelchair bound, but it's definitely improved since we got the Wilson's disease diagnosis, and he started using Trientine like 3 years ago. A lot of his symptoms have improved. He's now able to go out for walks independently, and he boasts that he walks for miles a day now, which is great. But as far as the communication, and he does present with occasionally with tremors. He doesn't feel secure enough to kind of have those meetings and communications as a project manager. So he doesn't feel comfortable yet going back to work.
Okay. Wow. Well, Joe, thank you so much for calling in and sharing Min's experiences and a wide range of different things impacting work and the ability to work. So thank you so much. I do want to check back in with our Zoom panel here and maybe see if there are any impacts on daily life that we haven't maybe covered or covered the way that you've experienced them that you would like to comment on or share. So just give me a little wave of a hand.
James, while you're waiting for them to signal you there, thought that I would just add in a few of the other comments we're getting
Please, yes.
on these areas that seem to be hearing some themes here. What we hear from Tina, a parent, she says, when my daughter was undergoing treatment, managing her medication and meal schedule was extremely challenging. Every medication had to be taken either hours before or after meals, which made planning incredibly complex. And Ian from Tennessee says, speaking, writing, and performing music are most affected. I talk with kids for my work regularly in schools and have to repeat myself to make sure I'm being understood. I also have to handwrite reports, which is challenging due to fine motor impairments. I also had to stop playing musical instruments recreationally because of the fine motor changes from Wilson disease. And Ashok writes, tremendous impact on quality of life, cannot take any employment in spite of completing higher education and long-term impact socially with little possibility to get married.
Well, again, thank you to everybody who's been writing in. Keep those comments coming, and we'll continue to share more here. Andy and Tanya, this topic of additional other impacts in daily life. What can you share with us?
The one thing I didn't mention before that impacts me and at times is I actually lost a kidney at some point in my life, which my Dr. Ascari is my doctor at the University of Michigan, said is very likely from copper overload. So the medication I take for Wilson disease is filtered through my kidney. Common things like ibuprofen I have to be careful and not take. Just because I obviously only have one kidney instead of two. So I'm not sure if that's affected other people, but it certainly affects the way I think about the medications that I take.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. Any other thoughts on this topic? Yes, Mandy.
I think one other thing that I found really hard is just like navigating the healthcare system, and insurance is kind of a nightmare for Wilson's disease. I'm a doctor and my mom's a nurse, and I often think like, if this is so hard for me to navigate, like how hard is it for everyone else? Like when I get to see the system every day. I feel really lucky that I have my mom to help me navigate it, because the only times that I have off of work on a weekday when you can call the insurance companies are after 24, and I'm usually pretty tired. So she helps me so much with fighting for insurance to cover like necessary procedures that they don't like recognize should be done for Wilson's disease patients because it's so rare, and covering like my medication, which I wouldn't be able to afford on a resident salary without like all these applications that we have to do and everything. So I think just trying to get the care that you need is always really difficult.
Right. Yeah, the other side of the coin of the treatments, and we'll definitely be digging into that a lot this afternoon. RJ, I see you want to add something here as well.
I do want to mirror what Mandy said. During my diagnosis, it was very difficult and scary time. There was very little information out there, and the first doctors that I was going to see didn't seem to take it very seriously. They prescribed me medication, and there was zero follow-up. And I had extreme difficulties with the insurance companies covering the medications. I had to go through appeal process. And if it wasn't for advocating for my own health, I don't think I would be in the position I am in now. So I just want to mirror that and how difficult and scary of a time it was. Yeah.
Absolutely. I do want to broaden the discussion one more time here and go to our last polling question of the afternoon. So if you can pull out that, open up that browser, pull out your phone or open that tab on your computer, go to www.pollev.com/WDPFDD. Here we want to, appreciating that you've shared so much already about what you have been going through, both in the past and today. But we've heard a little bit already that you also bear the burden of your worries for the future. And so that's what we want to learn more about here. What worries you the most about for our caregivers, your loved one's condition in the future? You can select up to the top 3. The options are A, worsening symptoms, things like tremors, stiffness, pain, fatigue. We've heard a lot about those different symptoms today. B, losing the ability to walk or move independently. C, losing speech or the ability to swallow and safely eat. D, worsening liver disease and possibly a transplant. E, loss of independence and ability for self-care. F, cognitive or behavior changes that might affect judgment or personality. G, inability to attend school or maintain employment. H, worsening depression, anxiety, or emotional distress. I, the inability to participate in social or family activities. J, just the worry of not knowing how Wilson disease will progress. K, dying prematurely. Or L, some other worry that represents a top 3 greatest worry for you or your loved one living with Wilson disease. So I'll give you a few moments here. As with each of these polling questions, I want you to think about, what about your Wilson disease is driving these worries? What about your life, makes this a top 3 greatest worry for you or your loved one? So I'll give you a few more moments here, but as it stands, some of the top greatest worries being reported by our audience are worsening of symptoms, and then the worry of not knowing how Wilson disease will progress, that uncertainty around how Wilson disease might progress for them. After that, we're seeing worsening liver disease and the need for a possible transplant. And then maybe after that, we're seeing loss of independence and the ability for self-care and dying prematurely. But what has been a consistent theme across this morning has been that every single thing listed here is in some number of people's top 3 greatest worry for the future. So, a wide range of things at the top of people's lists of things that they're thinking about, for themselves or their loved ones living with Wilson disease tomorrow, next week, next month, and years into the future. So thank you for doing polling for this morning. It's the last one for this morning sessions, but we'll be coming back to it later in the afternoon. As we're now thinking about the future of living with Wilson disease, want to kick this off, with our panel. Maybe, Mandy, we can start with you on this topic. What's the thing that as you're thinking about your future life living with Wilson disease that maybe is most worrying or concerning for you?
Yeah, one of the things I put was worsening of symptoms or developing a neurological symptom. I think it's probably unlikely since I've had this, been diagnosed for so long and been okay without it, but it's hearing everyone's stories. Everyone's so different in the way they manifest. It's always scary to think about when I'm, training to be a surgeon. Everyone has a little bit of a tremor, and you kind of learn how to work through that as a surgeon. But every time I tremor in surgery, I think, oh gosh, is this more than other people are tremoring? Is this like a Wilson's disease thing?
Right.
So I think that's always kind of in the back of my mind, and listening to everyone else's stories makes me just grateful for every day that I've come this far with having like neurological control over my body. But that sounds really scary to have to deal with, and something I think about a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mandy. Ariana and Pam, I'd like to come to you here as well, as you think about, Ariana, your future with living with Wilson disease. What's, greatest worry that you have?
Yeah, so on a daily basis, I worry about choking. I have choked twice in the past, like it's been around people. Have I do it by myself? So if I were to choke, I don't know what would happen to me. So that's a big concern of mine. As well as slipping in like the shower or something like that, near my head. Since I do it by myself and I am independent, but I was just worried because like my gait is a little off. And I do fall easier.
Yeah.
And passing out is another big one. I've been known to pass out. And yeah. And then my mom can speak about the passing out a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, she just gets to a point where her anxiety is just so heightened that she'll just pass out. Like we've learned different things, like she can't be on a commuter train from a Nuggets game to home because it's just too much, too many people, too much steering, that kind of thing.
Right.
And for me, talking about just being an advocate, a fear is what happens when we're gone. Her father and I aren't here to help take care of her. It's and fight for the medications. I can't tell you how much stress is involved with fighting for medications. She's on one now. I don't know if I can mention the name. It's for her tremors. It's Austedo. And it's generally for, for people with Hutchinson's disease, but Ari's one of the few people that are on it for Wilson's, and we fight for it every year. But this year, the insurance is just not going to cover it. And the options are slim as to what is going to help, with something like that.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of worry for the future.
Yeah.
I mean, I also worry if my symptoms get back to where they were before when I was in a wheelchair, when I couldn't talk for 2 years. Like I'm getting worse by the day. Like, how much worse will I get? Will I go back to where I began?
Right.
I don't know. I hope not, but at this rate, I don't know.
Ari was on, one of the first people in the drug trial.
Mm-hmm.
And we really felt like we didn't have a choice. It was, she was on the Triantine, terrible, very adverse reactions. Within a few days, she was just completely paralyzed and couldn't talk or eat.
My brain was all there.
But her brain was always there.
Right.
And then after, we had success with the drug trial, a lot of success with the drug trial. She was chelating good. Her symptoms were better. But since being off, the symptoms are out of control.
Yeah.
The tremoring, the psychological parts, the anxiety. It was just so clear that was helping.
Right.
I don't feel safe going out in public by myself because of all the judgment that I get and all the stares and all the people. I park in handicap spaces and I get accused of not being handicapped. It's like, I can't walk for a year. Like, how am I not handicapped? But people don't see me, and it's just hard.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes it's silent. They don't realize what's going on inside.
For sure. Wow. So many, it's both, what I'm hearing loud and clear, the combination of the worries that you have to deal with day to day, the injury, the choking, the judgment, but then these worries for the future of, who's going to be an advocate and caregive.
I can't work a full-time job. I can't hold insurance.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely.
How will I survive?
Well, thank you both so much. I do see that we have a phone caller, Stacy from California, so I'd like to bring her into this conversation. who's she's living with Wilson disease. Stacy, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. And Rhonda, you read my written statement earlier in the program, so thank you for that. I was diagnosed in 1991, and I had neurological symptoms. And at the time, penicillamine was the only medicine. And I was basically just sent home to take it and was told my symptoms may get worse before they get better. And my care was 100% focused on the physical symptoms, with no attention paid at all to emotional aspects or behavioral symptoms. I'd asked about occupational therapy or physical therapy and basically wasn't given anything. And I'm glad to see that things have progressed a little where there are some attention given to that, because it's really hard to navigate as you're recovering how to operate in the world, you know? Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Sorry.
No need to apologize, Stacy.
But, you know, I think just more attention is needed as to how to help people re-enter the world, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got better. I was able to go back to work. I had a full job, a stressful job. I'm now retired, thankfully. But I didn't get any guidance on how to do that, on how to repair relationships that I damaged with my behavioral outbursts.
Right.
You know, and I just think more attention needs to be given to that aspect of Wilson's disease,
Sure.
as well as the physical recovery.
Right. Yeah, and Stacy, maybe if you can just comment, it sounds like, there's both physical, also behavioral, impacts that you had that, you've kind of, had some relief from those impacts, in terms of like reintegrating into the world. Is it, primarily the kind of behavioral, or are there, the physical, reintegration as well? Is that what you're thinking when you're, talking about needing that type of support?
Well, I would say the physical was the most immediate, how to function. I couldn't, I had severe tremors.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't, make a sandwich for myself. I couldn't walk. I couldn't speak. My speech was slurred. So as that improved, how to explain to people what I was going through, and, just give me time, just bear with me, I'm getting there. But then looking back at, how do you go back to people that didn't understand or that you offended and say, I'm better now, and this is what was happening with me, and, have them understand, because you look fine on the outside,
right.
But things are just going haywire on the inside. I don't know if that makes sense.
Right. It does. I mean, as much as it can for someone who has not, gone through what you've lived through. But no, that is very helpful to hear and understand, and really appreciate you, reflecting on that, because we've heard from a number of people today who, have had some relief from treatments and have had, gotten better, in terms of reducing some of the impacts. And so, this idea of getting support going through that process, feels like it will ring true for many. With the little remaining time we have here, I do want to round out this conversation. So thank you so much, Stacy, for calling in. Andy and Tanya, as you're thinking about worries for the future, is there anything you'd like to, share or add as a top worry or concern that you have?
I think for me personally, I always worry about what happens if I can't tolerate the medication, because there aren't many options. So if that happens,
right.
What do you do after that? I tried zinc at one point and couldn't literally stomach that. So there's not a lot of other options there. I think, though, for me, from a symptom standpoint, I'm probably most worried about cognitive problems or psychological problems. I think this stems from the fact that I had My mother had dementia and passed away last year, and we were her caregivers. So I saw that up close and what that means to someone's life. So from personal experience, that definitely worries me, I think, more than the physical symptoms.
Yeah. Tanya, anything you want to add from your perspective?
I'm always worried for the little things that crop up, and obviously the dementia that we went through with his mom. That's at the forefront of our minds. But recently he had an EGD because of the medication so hard on his stomach. So we're working through issues with that. He just had a skin situation on his arm that we're having looked at on Friday. So it's a lot of the unknowns that are constantly cropping up that you're just navigating, and so many things are unknown.
Right.
And so there's not a lot of answers out there. So we're grateful for every day that we have together, and he's doing overall with Wilson's. I think he's doing good. As good as you can, I think.
Well, thank you both. RJ, I want to come to you. I know you commented a little bit on this earlier about some of worries for the future, but anything that we haven't covered that you want to share, about what it is you're thinking about the future living with Wilson disease?
Thanks, James. I just keep coming back to how scary it is with each individual person's journey being different, and the questions in my head of what is going to happen tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. I really just have to say it adds to the anxiety. And so it's just that compounding effect. Again, it's a circle in my head. Is it the Wilsons? Am I worrying too much? What's going to happen? So it all compounds on top of each other.
Sure. Wow. Well, thank you for adding that. I think that's maybe kind of ties the thread through so many of the different perspectives that we've heard today nicely. So thank you, RJ. I do want to give voice. I know people have been writing out throughout this entire morning's program. Rhonda, what are we hearing on the topic of worries?
Well, it's just similar themes to what we're hearing. And since we're getting brought down on time, I've just highlighted 3 here. Ian from Tennessee writes that treatment eventually becoming less effective over the years. We have heard that fear. Raisa from California, just quality of life and what she wants to pursue. Will she be able to complete higher education, including graduate or professional school? And Ashok, who has a severe movement disorder, which has drastically impacted quality of life, social impact, and long-term impact on the future of life. And again, that, will he be able to get married one day?
Well, I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank our Zoom panel here, all of those callers. I want to thank the callers that we weren't able to get to this morning. You can always call back this afternoon when we get to the discussion again. And to all of you that have been flooding in the written comments as well, you've really helped us understand what it is to live with Wilson disease. At this point, we're going to take a break, a little lunch break. We'll be resuming at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, where we'll be focused on your experiences with treatments. So thank you again. And as we go into break, we will leave you with a brief video chronicling the history of Wilson disease.
A mysterious collection of symptoms. Dr. Samuel Alexander Kinnear Wilson describes them in his thesis of 1911.
Tremor of both upper and lower extremities and sometimes also of the head and trunk. A tremor which is rhythmical usually, but occasionally irregular.
Pronounced spasticity of the limbs and of the face, the latter being usually set in a spastic smile. Difficulty swallowing and speaking, sporadic bursts of laughter, emotionalism, and loss of joint movement. In some cases, certain mental symptoms of a transitory nature. It was familial and fatal. The pathology of the disease is as striking as the clinical syndrome. Wilson also found telltale brain changes. The lesion, as a glance at the photographs will show, is a bilateral symmetrical softening in the lenticular nucleus.
Wilson was confident he discovered a new rare disorder with this additional finding.
The most curious and the most remarkable feature of this familial disease is the constant presence of a profound degree of cirrhosis of the liver. The cause eluded Wilson, but there was a suspect. Features suggest strongly it is of a toxic or toxi-infective nature.
Wilson called the new disease progressive lenticular degeneration and presented his thesis at the University of Edinburgh, where he was awarded with a gold medal. 1913, copper suggested as possible toxin when discovered in the liver of patient who died from this newly described disease. 1929, copper discovered in liver and brain of patients. 1934 and 1936, copper found in cornea occupied by Kaiser-Fleischer ring. 1948, excess copper found in urine of Wilson disease patient led to the possibility of treatment. British anti-leukocyte found to increase copper removal, but was abandoned as treatment due to being painful and impractical. 1955, penicillamine discovered by Dr. John Walsh, becoming first treatment. Wilson disease is no longer always fatal, but treatable. 1983, Wilson Disease Association formally designated a non-profit organization. 1984, WDA launches newsletter now known as Copper Connection. 1984, medical textbook on Wilson disease published, which is first major medical publication since Dr. Wilson published his thesis in Brain in 1912. 1985, trientine is FDA approved as orphan drug and becomes second treatment. 1993, the ATP7B gene responsible for transporting excess copper out of the body is identified by 3 research teams. 1997, Galzin is approved by FDA as orphan drug and becomes third treatment. 1998, WDA established its medical advisory committee that includes 10 well-known experts in Wilson disease and copper research. 2000, WDA creates its first website, www.wilsondisease.org, that continues to be refined and updated. 2003, WDA hires its first paid employee who is now a full-time executive director. 2007, the first Wilson Disease Center of Excellence is designated. There are 11 centers across the US, Europe, and India, with more coming on board. 2007, MAP International and WDA partnered to start compassionate use program to provide medications in developing countries. 2009, WDA works with ExtremeV.com to manufacture Gluzin, an over-the-counter, affordable pharmaceutical-grade alternative to Galzin. 2015, WDA launches long-term fundraiser known as the Big Wow, which raised more than $300,000. 2017, the first patient is enrolled into the Wilson Disease Patient Registry study that is sponsored by the WDA. It expanded from Yale's WD Center of Excellence to 8 sites in the US, Europe, and Scandinavia and includes almost 200 patients. The study has been extended for another 5 years. The registry is vital to guide clinical research, improve patient care, and health policy. 2019, the New York City Conference. The conference is representative of the WDA's annual national conferences that draw patients, caregivers, researchers, treating physicians, and industry partners. 2020, a new rebranding campaign produces our new logo and tagline: Unmasking Strength, Unleashing Promise. 2021, new mission, vision, and value statements released. Mission: the WDA provides support and hope to people impacted by Wilson disease worldwide so they may lead the best quality of life possible. Vision: the WDA aspires to unmask the challenges of Wilson disease and unleash the promise of a cure. Values: stewardship, expertise, trust, fiscal responsibility, compassion, innovation, perseverance. 2022, after Orphalin's chelate trial shows its stable form of trientine is as effective as penicillamine for Wilson disease maintenance therapy, the new drug called Couvreur is launched the next year. 2022, WDA begins virtual support group meetings. 2022, WDA begins producing webinars. Topics include gene therapy, copper-conscious eating, and new diagnosis and treatment guidance published by the American Association for the Study of Liver Disease. 2022, Ultragenyx and Vivet Therapeutics enroll the first Wilson disease patients into their gene therapy clinical trials. 2023, WDA launches the copper-conscious eating page on its website to guide patients in their food choices. 2023, Cost Plus and Dr. Reddy's Laboratories partner to provide trientine and penicillamine at a low price. 2023, the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine publishes a comprehensive review of Wilson disease. 2023, 3 new board members are added to the Wilson Disease Association Board of Directors. The 9 members are patients or have family members with Wilson disease. 2023, the WDA continues to expand its reach to raise awareness and understanding of Wilson disease through its social media channels, digital newsletter, and email updates. 2023, the Wilson Disease Association celebrates its 40th anniversary. These lives were saved because doctors considered that their mysterious symptoms could be Wilson disease. A liver transplant was the only way to rescue some. Others were saved because a sibling was diagnosed or genetic testing revealed the cause. Some were diagnosed too late for treatment to fully restore their health. While much has been learned about Wilson disease, challenges remain. The diagnosis is still delayed or missed. Patients struggle to keep up with their treatment, or it doesn't always work. Join the Wilson Disease Association in unleashing the promise of a cure.
Development meeting on Wilson disease. I'm James Valentine, your meeting moderator. I'm joined here in the studio with Rhonda Rowland from the Wilson Disease Association. We're so pleased to bring everyone back together this afternoon after this morning's discussion, where you really help paint a picture of what it is to live with Wilson disease. And now as we explore your experiences with treatments. But before we get into that, I'm going to turn it over to Rhonda to introduce our afternoon speaker. Rhonda.
Well, thank you, James. I'd like now to welcome our treatment speaker, Dr. Fred Ascari, who will provide us with an overview of the current treatments and those in the pipeline for Wilson disease. Dr. Ascari is the director of the Wilson Disease Center of Excellence at the University of Michigan and a longtime member of the WDA's Medical Advisory Committee. He was mentored by Dr. George Brewer, who developed zinc therapy for Wilson disease and got it FDA approved in 1997. Dr. Ascari has been involved in numerous clinical trials for Wilson disease. And with that, I'll pass this over to Dr. Ascari for the treatment overview.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I'm Fred Ascari, the director of the Wilson's disease program at Michigan Medicine, and I'll be talking about Wilson's disease management in adults. These are my disclosures. I get research support from many of the sponsors of clinical trials developing treatments for Wilson disease. So in terms of Wilson's disease therapies, I'm going to talk a bit about presentations and diagnosis, the evolution of therapies over time, current medical treatments that are available and their pros and cons, including liver transplant, and I'll talk about some future directions in Wilson disease. So this is the timeline of treatments of Wilson disease, and as you can see, the disease was first described in 1911, and the first treatment didn't come along until copper was recognized as being the causation of Wilson disease in 1948. And the first treatment was BAL, which is a very painful series of injections for Wilson disease, followed by the development in 1960 of D-penicillamine, which was a revolution in terms of being an oral copper chelator, followed by zinc, and then trientine. Liver transplant was used to rescue people who had severe hepatic disease or were failing currently available treatments in 1975. And tetrathiomolybdate first started being studied in the 1980s, gene therapy recently in this decade, and trientine tetrahydrochloride was approved in 2022. So this leads to the future, which involves other new treatments that are under development. So in terms of classification of therapies, we think about therapies differently based on the initial treatment of the disease when it's first diagnosed. And at that time, there can be variable severity of symptoms, including neurologic, psychiatric, and hepatic failure. Maintenance treatment, which involves treating people who've been stably decoppered. And then asymptomatic treatment, treating people who are diagnosed by birth cohort screening, genetic testing, or screening based on siblings, as well as pregnancy. So the early approved treatments, as I talked about, were BAL, or British anti-leucite agent, which was basically developed for arsenic toxicity and biodefense and repurposed for reducing copper. These were very painful injections. And were rapidly replaced by the earlier anti-copper drug penicillamine, which can be quite toxic and disfiguring, including lupus-like reactions, inflammatory arthropathies, leading to stiff person syndrome, rashes, and severe drug reactions, as well as bone marrow suppression and progeric skin changes. Trientine is less toxic and was developed as a replacement for penicillamine in patients who develop toxicity. And then zinc acetate, or Galzin, was developed as a maintenance treatment. Over-the-counter zinc is also used, such as zinc gluconate, gluzin. So the development of trientine as initial therapy was basically carried out through research studies that showed its efficacy as an initial treatment. and it was FDA approved only for those with penicillamine toxicity based on studies in a very small number of patients. More recently, trientine tetrahydrochloride has been approved as well as a maintenance treatment. There are several formulations and manufacturers available for trientine, and ironically, some require refrigeration and some don't. Trientine tetrahydrochloride was engineered to be stable at room temperature, but for example, Reddy's trientine dihydrochloride is FDA approved as stable at room temperature, but it's unclear what the formulation difference is between this trientine dihydrochloride and other trientine dihydrochlorides, which are unstable at room temperature. There's a risk of neurologic worsening with any of these chelation drugs, and so patients need to be monitored while starting them. We generally ramp the dose up slowly, targeting 10 to 20 milligrams per kilogram as an initial therapeutic dose. Here, I'd just like to briefly go over some data on initial treatment of Wilson disease. And this really is to illustrate even people with profound liver disease, prolonged bleeding times, elevated bilirubins, ascites, elevated Child-Turcotte Pugh scores can be successfully treated with trientine and zinc, initially treated with trientine and zinc in combination, and then zinc alone in this study for many years. And as we can see from these histology slides, there's a dense band of fibrosis here, this blue stain on the initial presentation. And later, many years later, this scar tissue fades after treatment is initiated and maintained. And here, many years later, the scar tissue is virtually resolved as the scar tissue is fading away in the face of copper reduction therapy. The development of zinc basically was performed here at Michigan Medicine. And what we see here is that zinc blocks uptake of intestinal copper by inducing metallothionein. And here, this is demonstrated with radiocopper in the uptake in the blood when radiocopper is administered orally. In this top graph, in someone who hasn't been treated with zinc, it's rapidly absorbed into the blood. When someone's pre-treated with zinc, however, the blockade of that radiocopper is inhibited. So zinc therapy basically needs close monitoring. The main side effect is GI upset, but treatment adherence is an issue as well. It's generally dosed 3 times daily away from food. And so this requires timing three drug medication events along with eating 3 meals a day at different times. So there are risks of overtreatment and undertreatment. We monitor with urine testing as well as serologic testing. And for non-adherent patients, certainly should be considered transition to trientine, which may be dosed a little bit more simply. So individualized drug dosing for penicillamine, trientine, and zinc is important. We adjust based on clinical course, neurologic assessment, hepatic assessment, and safety parameters, and adjust based on copper testing. Liver transplantation transfers a normal gene for Wilson disease into the patient and reverses the phenotype. So survival after transplant is good, but it's not perfect. Pregnancy is a special situation for Wilson's patients as they need to take treatment while they're while they're pregnant, and the baby needs copper to develop. So penicillamine is a category D teratogen, trientine is a category C teratogen, and zinc is generally considered to theoretically be safer, although the number of pregnancies and birth defects are rare, so data is not robust. We monitor pregnancy people who are pregnant very carefully, at least every 3 months while they're pregnant. Shifting gears to talk about future directions, there are therapeutic and diagnostic areas under development. Gene therapies, there are several of them being studied. One is AAV-mediated gene therapy, which actually replaces the gene or adds on the gene for ATP7B. And this is being studied by Ultragenyx. There's gene correction being studied using prime editing of ATP7B by Prime Medicine. with clinical trials scheduled to start in 2026. There are also novel copper chelators under development. Methanobactin-derived therapies by ArborMed are in preclinical phases. Choline TM, or tetrathiomolybdate, is being developed by Monopar. And then there's improved dosing with trientine tetrahydrochloride, once daily dosing being studied by Orphalon, along with their study of trientine tetrahydrochloride to try and get approval for initial treatment. There's also time release zinc being studied with clinical trials under development by Eton. There are also serum copper assays for improved monitoring being developed by Orphalon. So challenges to Wilson's disease clinical trials are many. It's a pleiotropic disease, so presentations are quite variable and patients can have a wide range of symptoms. So we take a rare disease, which has a small number of patients for clinical trials, and it becomes even smaller if we want to focus on a therapy that might improve initial treatment or might improve people with neurologic disease, because many patients may not have neurologic disease that can improve in a clinical trial. So that becomes a challenge. The patients are scattered all over the world, and patient travel to study sites becomes a challenge for both the patients and the caregivers and the study teams. What makes studying the initial treatment of Wilson disease even more challenging is that therapy is often started during the diagnostic workup while Wilson disease is suspected, and even before someone would be eligible for a clinical trial. Plus, if they're started in their community on treatment, they may have to travel to a study site, which leads to further delays in study enrollment. Treatment access issues are a challenge for the patients, caregivers, and treating healthcare team, as well as treatment adherence issues and monitoring issues. There's also a variability of standard of care treatments and monitoring, even at designated centers of excellence. And there are variable copper assays too, run at different labs. There isn't a uniform validated psychiatric, hepatic, and neurologic disease monitoring tools available to measure clinical trial outcomes, and this is a further challenge for Wilson disease trials. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge patients, the Wilson Disease Association, corporate sponsors, FDA, NIH, investigators, study coordinators, and reference ASLD treatment guidance and ASLD guidelines for further information. And with that, I'm excited to hear from patients and their caregivers about what they'd like to see from new Wilson's disease treatments. And I will turn this back over to the studio now to hear from them.
Thank you so much for that wonderful treatment overview, covering not only what is currently available, but what's in the pipeline for Wilson disease treatments. Now we turn to our second session of the day, where we want to learn from you all about those treatments and your experiences with them, as well as what you're looking for from future treatments. So this afternoon, we want to hear from you about what it is that you're currently doing to try to manage your or your loved one's Wilson disease symptoms, in helping us understand those different treatments. We want to hear not only about medications and transplant, but also other management strategies, more holistic approaches, participating in clinical trials, and even lifestyle modifications. So sometimes you'll hear me use that word treatment. When I say it, I really am casting a wide net in terms of the different things you might talk about and share. So as you think about those things, we want to understand from you how well do those treatments help with those most significant symptoms and health effects that you or your loved one with Wilson disease experience. We learned so much this morning about the range of those symptoms and health effects. So we'd like to hear how you assess the current treatment regimen. We also, at the same time, want to hear about the most significant downsides of those available therapies, both whether that's the burdens of keeping up with the treatment regimen, any side effects associated with them, anything that you would consider a downside or a trade-off. And then once we've explored your current treatment approaches, we will look towards the future, and we'll ask you to weigh in on, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for Wilson disease? Or another way to think about this is what factors would be important to you in deciding whether to participate in a new research trial or to try a new treatment that might become available. So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to welcome our second panel of the day. We have Jean Marie, Mary, Ginta, Ade, and Kim. So Jean Marie, why don't you take it away?
My name is Jean Marie Thompson, and I live in Florida. I'm 62 now. I was diagnosed with Wilson disease around the age of 16, and I was started on cupramine. That was the only drug available back then, and my neurological symptoms got much worse when I started that. I was unable to attend school because I couldn't speak and I couldn't write. My mom took me out of school and I was out for about 2 years total. When zinc came out, I switched from cupramine to Galzin, which I was on for many years. But Galzin became very expensive, so I switched to over-the-counter Gluzin that I get from Amazon. And that seems to control my symptoms pretty well. I'm filling my medication box for 2 weeks, and for my Wilson disease, I take 1 tablet 3 times a day on an empty stomach. Now, it may make you a little nauseous, it does me, so I take a bite of something to eat. It's supposed to be on an empty stomach. I do the best I can do. Some of my symptoms from Wilson disease include dysarthria, which is speech difficulties. That's probably my biggest challenge. If I think about what I'm going to say before I say it, it comes out perfectly clear. During this interview, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, am I sounding okay? Is my speech clear enough for people to understand? People have assumed I was drunk or impaired, including someone that called my boss once, and a pharmacist who thought I was intoxicated. It was very embarrassing. I get fatigued easily from Wilson disease, and I have dry mouth a lot, which isn't fun. And I still have problems with my fine motor skills. My handwriting is pretty much illegible unless I write really slowly. Joint pain is also a long-term side effect from what I think from the cupramine all these years, or might just be from the Wilson disease. I've had a shoulder replacement and a neck fusion because of early onset of osteoarthritis. Again, depression is another symptom. I have no reason to feel that way. My life is good. But the depression seems to be neurologically connected to the Wilson disease. My brother also had depression and Wilson disease. He died from being non-compliant with his medication and treatment. The medication does help me function. I was able to become a nurse and get my business degree, which doctors told me I might never be able to do when I was first diagnosed. But the daily management is exhausting. When I'm working on the floor as a nurse, I'm crazy busy. Yes, I have an alarm set on my phone to remind me to take my medication. But sometimes I just miss doses. The biggest downside of my treatment are nausea. All the medication I've ever taken for Wilson disease makes me nauseated. And the complex dosing schedule is really challenging. Taking medication 3 times a day on an empty stomach is incredibly difficult for compliance. So speaking of compliance, I'm an RN, a nurse, and if I was educating a patient on the disease that I have, the Wilson disease, I would tell them It's very, very important that you don't miss doses of medication. If you continue to do so, you will die. And still, I miss doses. Shame on me, but I do. I'm going to be honest. Short of a complete cure, my ideal treatment would be an IV infusion once a month or every 2 weeks. I would absolutely love that. My second choice would be a one-time-a-day dosing. I could comply with that, no problem. What I really want is something that gives me quality of life. I'm about quality of life, not longevity without quality. And that means being able to participate in normal activities like sharing meals with friends without having to worry about medication timing every single time. Thank you for listening to my story.
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm 36 years old and I live in Connecticut. I was diagnosed with Wilson disease in 3rd grade around age 9. I've run the gamut with Wilson disease treatments. When I was first diagnosed, I went through chelation therapy in the hospital to get to a stable level. After that, I started on penicillamine from about 3rd to 5th grade. My parents managing all the timing of the medication and telling me when I could and could not eat. I had to fast 2 hours before taking the medication and 1 hour after. Then I could eat a meal. Repeat that 2 more times each day for each dose, and you can see how it gets complicated for anyone, let alone a child. I've been doing this my entire life. I switched from penicillamine to Galzin, a prescription zinc therapy, because it's safer not to be on chelation therapy. I did great with Galzin and stayed on it for years through high school. But as I got more active, I played a lot of soccer and basketball. It became harder to manage the strict timings for eating, fasting, and medication with so many practices and games. When I was a college athlete playing soccer, it was nearly impossible. I couldn't get in a routine because every day had a different schedule. Practices at 6 a.m., team meals at set times that didn't match my medication or fasting schedule, a stringent travel schedule. I was part of a team, but often had to pass on team meals, and missing medication became quite common. All of that was happening, and I also got to a place where the medications I had been taking did not work as well anymore. I started feeling sick from Galzin. I would throw up after taking it on an empty stomach. To deal with this, I would often have a little something to eat. The trade-off was not vomiting with something to eat or eating with my meds. Either way, it wasn't as effective. My liver function and 24-hour urine numbers started going up. In my 20s, I was living all over the United States, jumping around between different doctors because I was moving and I wasn't following protocols as closely. I developed a tremor around the time I got pregnant. The tremor became worse and I developed neurologic symptoms I'd never had before. I started to slur some of my speech and lose my balance. As a NICU nurse, I was having trouble putting in IVs, which I had always been pretty good at, and it rattled me. I didn't like that my work was effective. I was started on propranolol for the tremors and was put back on penicillamine to get all the extra copper out of my body. I had to be on penicillamine through both of my pregnancies, which isn't ideal, and I couldn't breastfeed either time because of that. Since that happened about 5 or 6 years ago, I've been completely religious about the timing of medication, eating, and fasting. Just this past year, I had to switch from penicillamine to Trientine for insurance reasons when I got a new job. I actually like the Trientine a little bit more. I think it's helped my tremor a little bit more. I'm currently taking Trientine in the morning and zinc gluconate twice throughout the day. It's just a dietary supplement, not prescription zinc. My medication schedule is very rigid because of Trientine. Like all the other meds, works best on an empty stomach. To manage this, I've learned to wake up at 3 or 4 a.m. to take my first pill. I take my medicine and go right back to sleep. This cuts it down so that there are only 2 3-hour windows of waking hours when I fast. I always have a timer going on my phone throughout the day. The Trientine has to be refrigerated, so I take it out the night before and put it on the bedstand. I carry my zinc around in pill containers. I have one for every day. Refrigeration isn't something I really think about for daily life, but it is another consideration, especially when I'm traveling with my family. The treatments are working very well, not perfectly, but I'm leading close to a normal life. The small tremor I still have mainly shows up when I'm nervous or overtired. I did end up making a career change in part because of my Wilson disease. I decided to go into the case management side of nursing instead of clinical nursing, just because I didn't ever want the tremors to affect anything with patient care. I didn't want that worry or anxiety about whether it might impact my work with those cute little NICU babies, and I still miss caring for them so much. For me, an ideal treatment would be fewer doses, or doses that you can just eat normally with. Even once a day with food restrictions would be amazing. The combination of number of doses with fasting is the difficult part. I was very fortunate that the person I wanted to marry didn't carry any genes for Wilson disease. We are thankful that our children are only carriers. I'm hopeful that if my children choose to have children, that they don't have Wilson disease. But if they did, I'm also hopeful that the medications for treating Wilson disease will be more conducive to everyday living. Thank you so much for listening to my story.
Hi, I'm Gintan. I'm a 33-year-old oncology nurse living in Chicago. My first symptom of Wilson disease started appearing in my early teens, and my neurological symptoms progressed while I was under significant stress in nursing school. Looking back now, the several doctors I saw at the time were attributing all my neurological symptoms to stress and anxiety. It wasn't until an optometrist happened to accidentally notice Kaiser Fleischer rings in my eyes that I finally received the correct diagnosis. My treatment journey has been very long and very complex. When I was first diagnosed, I was initially prescribed treantine and zinc. One of my neurological symptoms I was experiencing at that time was dysphagia, or difficulty swallowing, and I couldn't get the capsules down. My mom and I ended up cutting the capsules open and dissolving them in water, even though this wasn't recommended, but we had no other choice. This ultimately led to unrelenting nausea and vomiting, which led to my hospitalization. But once I was stabilized, I slowly began taking the medication and slowly started showing neurological improvement. After a few months on treatment, I was able to begin working part-time from home as a nurse. I didn't yet have the strength for anything more physically demanding. About a year into my treatment, my improvement plateaued. Around that time, my neurologist told me about a study drug called tetrathiamobdilate, and shortly after, I enrolled in the clinical study. That was one of the best decisions I've yet to make in my life. I remained on the study drug for more than 5 years, and I believe it completely reversed all my neurological symptoms, and I was able to return to working full-time as a nurse in the hospital, something I wasn't sure I would ever be able to do again. During that time, I felt healthy, capable, and most importantly, I felt normal. My body tolerated the medication extremely well. Sadly, the trial was suddenly terminated, and the medication I had relied on for over 5 years was no longer available to me. It was truly devastating and left me scrambling to find a new treatment. Around that time, Couvreur had just been approved by the FDA, so we tried that next. However, the transition period was extremely difficult for my body. I cycled between treantine, Couvreur, and zinc for over a year, suffering from unrelenting nausea, vomiting, and significant weight loss, which almost led to another hospitalization. Currently, I manage my Wilson disease with a combination of medications. For copper chelation, I take Couvreur. For migraine prevention, I use a monthly subcutaneous injection called Ajovy. And for abortive medication, I use Ubrelvy. I also take propranolol, which helps with anxiety, hand tremors, and also helps with migraines. And I use Zofran as needed for nausea, and I also receive Botox injections in my back every 3 months by my neurologist for my dystonia. The main goal of my treatment is to keep my copper levels stable. While my current medications do achieve that, the side effects still have a major impact on my daily life. Because Wilson disease medications must be taken on an empty stomach, nausea is something I still have to be mindful of. It's more manageable now, but it's always there in the background and adds another layer to getting through a full workday as an oncology nurse. If I could describe an ideal treatment, it would be something simple to take once a day, well tolerated, and effective at keeping copper levels stable. It wouldn't require refrigeration, which can be especially challenging for people who travel or work irregular hours. Managing multiple medications several times a day, often on an empty stomach, can be overwhelming and makes long-term adherence much harder for Wilson disease patients. The steady drug I was on for those 5 years truly gave me my life back. It reversed my neurological symptoms and it allowed me to live a life without constant nausea or side effects. Going through that experience showed me just how powerful the right treatment for a patient can be. It changed my life, and I believe it has the potential to change the lives of others living with Wilson disease. That's why I'm here today sharing my story.
My name is Ade. I'm 45 years old and I live in Seattle. I was diagnosed with Wilson disease in 1994 when I was just 14 years old. My diagnosis was entirely coincidental. I had no visible symptoms at the time. It was discovered only because of an abnormal liver function detected in a routine blood work. In many ways, I consider myself incredibly fortunate. Yet, I also worry deeply for others who may be living with Wilson disease undiagnosed, simply because their symptoms have not yet manifested or have gone unrecognized. This is why I believe so strongly in the need for a standardized test for Wilson disease, one that could be administered to newborns. Early detection could dramatically improve outcomes and reduce the emotional and physical toll of a delayed diagnosis. Over the years, I've been prescribed 3 main medications: penicillamine, zinc therapy, and trientine. Each came with its own challenges. I started penicillamine at diagnosis and stayed on it for more than 15 years. At first, it worked well, but after moving abroad to China, where I live and work for several years, I couldn't always access routine checkups. Specialists were rare, and I had to travel to another province just to see a doctor, which means I was only tested about twice a year. That gap made it difficult to tell whether penicillamine was losing effectiveness gradually or suddenly. By the time I returned to the US and resumed regular monitoring, it was clear the drug was no longer working. My care team increased the dosage for a time, but ultimately the decision was made to switch. The next option was zinc therapy. I lasted on it for about a year, but from the very beginning, it was miserable. I had severe gastrointestinal issues, nausea, stomach pain, and overall gastric distress. My doctor tried to help by suggesting I adjust the timing of my doses, but nothing made a difference. Because of the side effects, I sometimes skipped doses, which only made things more complicated. Eventually, my doctor and I both agreed it just wasn't sustainable. The next one, I moved on to trientine. Compared to zinc, it was a relief. No major side effects. But it brought new sets of logistical hurdles. Trientine had to be taken between meals, which turns every day into a scheduling puzzle. I need to take it 3 times daily, at least 2 hours after eating or an hour before the next meal. Lunch to dinner is manageable, but breakfast to lunch is always a challenge. If I forget or if something delays a meal, the entire schedule has to shift. I've had to set multiple alarms just to remind myself to take my medication, even late at night. It also means saying no to late dinners with friends, skipping snacks, and sometimes feeling guilty when social plans revolve around food. On top of that, most forms of trientine requires refrigeration, which complicates delivery logistics and making traveling even more stressful. I've always have to check whether the hotel that I'm staying has an in-room refrigerator or not, and worry whether the medication stayed cold during the flights as well. At one point, I was part of the clinical trial for a new oral medication. To me, it felt like a breakthrough. It worked so well that even at the half standard dose, I was flushing copper very effectively, with minimal side effect. I thought this could be the answer I've been waiting for. But after several extensions, the company ended the trial and stopped developing the drug. The decision was devastating. It felt like the rug has been pulled from under me, like the dream solution had slipped away. Alongside medication, I've also followed low-copper diets since my teens. Giving up favorites like chocolate, nuts, shellfish, even mushroom was painful, especially as a teenager when my peers seemed to free to eat whatever they wanted. My parents were supportive in their own way, sometimes even giving up certain foods themselves, though they occasionally downplayed the restriction and said I could cheat once in a while. Now, as an adult, I recognize the risk more clearly and avoid those foods completely, but the longing for them never fully goes away. Recently, an MRI showed copper accumulation in my brain. Looking back, I feel fortunate to have caught Wilson disease so early, but I also feel the weight of its daily demands. I hope for a future where treatments are more flexible, accessible, and forgiving, where medications can be taken with food, remain stable at room temperature, and stay effective long-term. I imagine a life where patients don't have to set alarms, rearrange their social lives, or feel guilty about craving chocolates and mushrooms. That's why I urge for greater investment in research and development, because people with Wilson disease deserve more options, fewer restrictions, and a better quality of life. Thank you.
My name is Kim, and I'm from West Palm Beach, Florida. My son James was diagnosed with Wilson's disease in January of 2020, just months before his 21st birthday. Looking back, his symptoms had begun a year earlier. When he came home from college, he had what we called a wiggle. When he spoke, his head would move. At first, he could control it until he couldn't. We went from doctor to doctor. Our general practitioner had no explanation, and a neurologist ordered a CT scan that came back normal. We were told it might be stress-related to school and changing majors. Blood work showed elevated liver enzymes, but that was dismissed as a virus. Over time, James began to drool, move more slowly, and lose weight because eating had become so difficult. One day at lunch with my husband, James suddenly couldn't chew his food. We admitted him to the hospital with a long list of unexplained symptoms. After 2 weeks, he was misdiagnosed with early onset Parkinson's. It was only because a kidney doctor noticed something in his chart and suggested Wilson's disease that James was transferred to the University of Miami. There he was correctly diagnosed within 3 days. We withdrew James from college to focus on his health. At first, he was prescribed Trientine, and we were told he had a good chance of recovery. But instead of improving, within 3 months, he went from being an independent young man to being bedridden. He lost his ability to walk unassisted, required a stomach tube for feeding, and struggled to speak. This was a very difficult time. It was a lot on our family. His decline was so rapid that Trientine was stopped and replaced with zinc, but things only worsened. He slept all day and was awake all night. This went on for weeks and affected everyone in our home. He also suffered severe dystonia that caused painful contractions in his arms and legs. Eventually, a local neurologist prescribed penicillamine, but the disease continued to progress. Almost 6 years later, our small family's life revolves around James, and we are his only caregivers. He relies on us for everything. Every day begins early with his first medication, penicillamine, which must be taken on an empty stomach. An hour later, we give him a mix of meds, baclofen, clonazepam, glycopyrrolate, and Ingrezza. An hour later, he gets breakfast, which is a carton of liquid food given to him through his PEG tube in his stomach. At 11 a.m., he gets zinc. At 12 p.m., more food and medications. He receives baclofen, clonazepam, glycopyrrolate, and escitalopram. At 3 p.m., more penicillamine, and at 5, zinc. At 6 p.m., food and baclofen, clonazepam, glycopyrrolate. At 8:30, he receives another cocktail of medications, baclofen, clonazepam, glycopyrrolate, risperidone, and a pill to alleviate stomach pain. He has one more meal at 9:30 and then off to sleep. These drugs serve different purposes, some to ease anxiety, others to calm the dystonia, and others to help him sleep. The dystonia shapes his whole body. His right arm is in constant motion, always moving, while his left arm stays curled tightly, his fist clenched. His left leg curls too, while his right leg can extend. It's exhausting for him and for us. Some days, the meds help him relax enough to sleep. Other days, even after his full bedtime cocktail, he's wide awake into the early hours. Some days he's unusually drowsy. Other days, he's what we call extra wiggly. There's no rhyme or reason. It's the roll of the dice, despite us following the same routine every day. Without his medications, the situation is unmanageable. During hospital stays, when doses were delayed or withheld, he would thrash so violently that he once pulled out his stomach tube. He banged his arms and legs against the bed and even threw himself onto the floor at night, bruising himself. Since then, we've fought to make sure he never misses his regime. Someone must always be there with him as well. He can't yell if he needs help. On good days, he jokes, laughs, and teases his sister or my husband, still finding humor where he can. But he also endures constant movement, fatigue, and the uncertainty of what the next hour will bring. What I fear most is the future. What happens when we're gone? Who will care for him? And will they treat him with dignity? Will he be respected, loved, and not left alone? These questions haunt me. My hope and prayer is that new treatments will be developed specifically for neurological Wilson's disease, something that will allow James and others like him to have a better quality of life. Because right now, this disease has taken over not just his life, but ours as well.
Well, thank you, Kim, and to all of our panelists this afternoon of, sharing your stories through the lens of helping us understand the treatments that exist, both the things that have been helping, but also so many of the gaps that still remain. And so now it's our opportunity to expand that discussion to all of you in our audience, people living with Wilson's disease, your family members, close friends, and other direct caregivers. We want to hear from you on these topics, sharing your treatment experiences. If you'd like to share yours, you can call in now and throughout this afternoon by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. Again, if you call in, you'll be connected with our operator. They'll take some information, and we'll be able to bring you into the conversation that way. But to get us thinking about this topic a little bit more and understand the experiences of our audience, we're going to start out with a few polling questions. So for those of you who have been with us in the morning, you can go ahead and open up that same website. For our patients and caregivers who maybe have joined us over the lunch break, you can go to www.pollev.com/WD-PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/WD-PFDD. And keep this webpage open throughout the afternoon session. Anytime we go to a new polling question, it will automatically appear there. Our first question for this afternoon is focused specifically on medications. And so here we want to know, what medications have you used to treat symptoms associated with Wilson disease? Or for our caregivers, what medications has your loved one used? And you can select all that apply. So the options are A, penicillamine, B, trientine or Cuvriar, C, prescription zinc or Galzin, D, over-the-counter zinc, for example, Gluzin, E, seizure medications, F, gastrointestinal medications for vomiting or nausea, G, Botox, H, pain management meds, I, anxiety or depression medications, J, an investigational medication in a clinical trial, K, some other medication that's not listed here, or L, if you or your loved one have not used medications. So we'll give you a few moments here to log your responses of medications that you or your loved one have used to try to treat symptoms associated with Wilson's disease. Again, as a reminder for our audience viewing the results, we have a polling question where our audience can select more than one option. The percentages that we're seeing are a percentage of responses, not the percentage of people who have made any particular response. So you can think of the orange bars as a kind of relative ranking. So as it stands, while results are trickling in here, we're seeing that some of the most commonly used medications in our live audience are the penicillamine, Trientine, and Couvreur. After that, we see prescription zinc, and then kind of number 4 is over-the-counter zinc. Beyond that, we're seeing every single other medication being used by some number of people, including other medications not listed here. And we certainly want to hear about those in addition to those that are listed. And we do have clinical trial participation from within our audience. And so certainly within the scope of this meeting, we want to hear about your experiences. There is some small number of people who have not used medications to treat symptoms associated with Wilson disease. Your perspectives are important too as you share where you or your loved one is in your journey with Wilson disease and your thinking around medication use. We'll now turn to our second polling question. So here we're expanding beyond medications, and here we want to know what other approaches have you used to help treat or manage the symptoms of Wilson disease. Again, you can select all that apply. The options are A, low copper diet, B, speech therapy, C, physical therapy, D, occupational therapy, E, psychological therapy or counseling, F, feeding therapy or other nutritional support, G, exercise or structured physical activity, H, mobility or positioning equipment, I, routine laboratory or clinical monitoring, J, liver transplant, K, some other approach to trying to help treat or manage symptoms that has not been listed in any other option here, or L, if this is not applicable because you're not using anything to manage symptoms of Wilson disease. So as responses, we'll give you a few more moments here for them to come in, but not surprisingly, right off the bat, the low copper diet, of course, being reported as the thing most commonly being used by our audience today, followed by the routine laboratory and clinical monitoring. But after that, we're seeing a wide range of other non-medication approaches being used. We heard of this a lot this morning about the psychological impacts of Wilson disease. And so we see here psychological therapy or counseling being reported by a number of people, but everything here being listed except for liver transplant. And no one has said that they're not using anything to manage symptoms for their Wilson disease. One more question here as we kick off this afternoon. So I want you to think about everything over that was listed across those last two questions, and I want you to think about how well does your current treatment regimen control your, or for our caregivers, your loved one's symptoms overall. And the options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything. And this is the one where this is, I mean, everything is personal and a little bit subjective, but this one, we want to know what it is that you're thinking when you're making this rating. For looks like about half of you that are saying to a great extent, what does that mean for you or your loved one? In what ways have treatments helped to a great extent? And are there remaining gaps for you? For about the, little over a third of you who have said somewhat. Similarly, where has it helped? Where has it not? What are some of the trade-offs? And we're seeing about 5% saying very little, and a few saying not at all. Similarly, we want to hear what is it that you've tried that has not been as successful for you and your experiences. So again, we would very much welcome you to call in and write in. For those who want to submit written comments, there is the comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today, so you can submit those, and we will be reading those out throughout the program as well. But to kick us off on this topic, I would first like to welcome our Zoom panel here, some of your peers in the community living with Wilson disease and care partners, caregivers who will be sharing some of their experiences. So Patricia, maybe we can start with you. So this afternoon, we're going to be exploring a number of the different current treatment approaches. And again, treatment is very broad in terms of what that captures. Let's start with some of the things that maybe have been most helpful of things that have been tried. So what comes to mind for you on that, Patricia?
Certainly. Thank you for this opportunity to participate today. I'm Patricia, and I live in Dallas, Texas. I have been treated my entire life with penicillamine. I was diagnosed at the age of 14 in 1970, and that was really the only treatment that was available. It has not been tremendously challenging taking the penicillamine. I mean, for the most of my life, I only took it twice a day. So that's not a real hard, difficult regimen to be on. Low copper diet can be challenging because copper is in everything that we eat, and the ingredients are not always listed, so you have to be real careful on that. But the penicillamine has been extremely effective.
And what has that meant for you? What symptoms maybe were you experiencing or have you experienced that you feel that penicillamine has been helping with or keeping in check? Would love to hear a little bit about that.
Certainly. I had a very liver, hepatic focused presentation of the disease, some neurological. And the penicillamine did treat all of that. Unfortunately, the side effect of the penicillamine is what I'm struggling with today. It has destroyed my joints. I have severe osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis as a result of the penicillamine, and that has limited my mobility to a great extent. And in fact, I am a nurse and attorney, spent most of my career as an attorney working in Congress, and I had to retire from my job due to the inability to walk through the halls of Congress.
Wow. Just to explore a little bit more, just because I want to completely understand, when you said you kind of got completely resolved your neurologic symptoms, some of those things that you were experiencing. You mentioned, you mentioned the low copper diet. I assume is that something that you're still doing in addition to the penicillamine? And do you see any breakthrough with any symptoms at any point? Do you have a symptom burden outside of those side effects?
Certainly. I continue with the low copper diet for the most part. Several years ago, I went to the Mayo Clinic for a comprehensive assessment because even though I live in Texas and have access to great medical care, it's still somewhat fragmented. There's the liver doctor, and then there's the orthopedic surgeon, et cetera, et cetera. And I went to the Mayo so that I could have a real comprehensive look because I had questions. Why are my joints so destroyed? The liver specialist was then able to give me that answer. So as a result of being at the Mayo, what they discovered was that I was so copper depleted from the penicillamine that they were afraid of demyelination of my brain and spinal column, leading to paralysis. So I'm currently not taking any penicillamine at the moment. I've been monitored with 24-hour urine coppers and lab work, and that's where I do eat some copper and shellfish occasionally because my copper is so low. And as I said, I am being monitored, and at some point, I may need to go back on one of the treatments, possibly not penicillamine. I have a sister who is on Galvan, and that might be something that I would be restarted on. But as right now, as with what other people with Wilson's disease have said, it's a wait and see. Nobody knows what the future is going to bring. And it's so hard to predict what you're going to see or experience in the future.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Patricia, in helping us understand that. Ed, I'd like to bring you into this conversation kind of from your family's perspective, looking at the long list of those treatments over the other, that we went over in the polling questions. What all have you been exploring, and kind of what's your assessment of that to date?
Yeah, I'm Ed. I live in New York City. I have a nearly 3-year-old daughter with Wilson's. I'd say we had a different experience than most in terms of we found out at a very early age that she had Wilson's. I worked at a healthcare investment firm for 7 years, and one of our first investments was in prenatal diagnostics. And so my old boss had kind of instilled in me the importance of getting a carrier test. So we found out at our 10-week checkup that we both were carriers for Wilson's, my wife and I. And then flash forward to, post-delivery, felt like we kind of had to pull that information out of the hospital on our newborn screen that, no one was really kind of matching up this, positive carrier screen result versus, kind of getting a confirmatory diagnosis on Wilson's. But we found out about 6 weeks after she was born. And that was the day that I reached out to the Wilson's Disease Association because we were a little concerned about the copper content in water that we were mixing with her formula. They put us in touch with Yale, and so she's been in the registry for 2.5 years now. We go for annual checkups, and our experience right now is she's on a very low copper diet. We've been told not to kind of restrict it completely because as she's a growing girl, she does need some copper to healthily, develop. Okay. I don't think she's ever had chocolate or any like the really hard eat foods. But starting about 9-10 months ago, she started on liquid zinc twice daily that needs to be refrigerated. And so she turns 3 in April. And that will be her 1-year anniversary of being on that. And it's some days she's easy taking that stuff. Some days when I'm alone, she tends to run away from me and I have to barter with her to get her to take her medication. But, that's like being a dad.
Yes, no, absolutely. And, so, you all, I think are, you're sharing a very important perspective. You're talking about, a lot of kind of preventative, early treatment approaches. What is it that, kind of day to day that you're looking for, in terms of, kind of, like what you would describe as like success with these approaches? Is it kind of the labs and monitoring that has been ongoing? Are there things you're looking out for in terms of, particular symptoms that you're watching out for? Maybe can you just tell us a little bit of like, what you see as your treatment goals?
Yeah, I mean, like we're kind of in a wait and see, I would say, approach now. We're doing what we've been told by their doctors with the zinc twice daily. She goes for her annual checkups. She's not quite potty trained at the moment, so she can't have that 24-hour urine test. Sometimes if she's got like an itch somewhere, I'm like, where is it? Freaking out that she might be pointing at her liver. But it's so far so good. It's been somewhere else, but it's always in the back of our heads of, how is this going to progress? Is it going to progress? And it's kind of the uncertainty, knowing if she's being adequately managed right now, because we don't know.
Right. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Ed. I do see we have a phone caller they'd like to bring into the conversation. Arjun from Chicago, who's living with Wilson disease, wants to share his treatment experience. So, Arjun, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Arjun. I'm currently from Chicago. I was diagnosed at my age 10 with Wilson's disease. And initial treatments were trimethine and zinc. I've been on trimethine and zinc for over 15 years. Mm-hmm. And my neurological symptoms onset on 2018. and I had psychiatric symptoms as well. And then we constantly started looking for other solutions. And then I got introduced to the study drug, Alexion 1840. I was on that drug for about 3 years. And that drug completely reversed all my neurological symptoms, such as drooling, dysarthria, cognitive functions improved, my tremors significantly improved. I went from being impaired to a normal. That's the most normal I've ever felt in my life.
Wow.
The constant run seeking solutions that runs in the back of my head for someone with chronic disorders had finally stopped. The mental relief had stopped when I was on the drug. And on 2023, when the drug study had stopped, back on 2024, my neurological symptoms are onset again. I got back my tremors. I got back my dystonia. So I can't wait to participate or look for solutions that will help patients. And I know for a fact that that study drug had helped several patients, as I saw in today's meeting.
Yeah. Arjun, if you don't mind me asking, when you started in that study, you mentioned that it provided a great deal of relief for your neurological symptoms. How did you first notice that? Was there a certain symptom or a certain improvement that you noticed that first signaled that it might be helping?
Yeah, so I had intentional tremors, but I'm not able to pick up a spoon and eat. 2 minutes in, my entire shirt would be wet because of the drooling.
Yeah.
I couldn't speak as much. All of that was a complete reversal. I had no sign that I ever had that symptom when I was on that study drug. And all of this happened in 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months after I started taking the drug, slowly one symptom at a time vanished.
Wow.
So it was both physical and mental changes that I noticed.
Sure. Wow. Well, Arjun, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your clinical trial experience. As I mentioned, it's important to hear experiences not only with approved drugs, but also those that are in development.
And James, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow up on that, since we're getting comments in about that drug from others as well, that I would like to share. Mary from California writes that after entering a trial for tetrathiomolybdate and extensive physical, occupational, and speech therapies, I was able to recover because of the study drug. And she said that she's currently taking standard of care, but it is not given her the same kind of results. And also from Rachel, who is a caregiver from Connecticut, she said that her family member was diagnosed later than many patients, and his symptoms were already severe and life-threatening with acute liver failure. WTX-101, tetrathiomolybdate, on the clinical trial, was his very first treatment, and it worked quickly to stabilize him when time was critical. Tetrathiomolybdate saved his life and was a successful treatment regimen for over 5 years. As a caregiver, she says, I know the terror of almost losing someone you love and the hope you cling to when a viable treatment finally becomes available. My family was devastated when tetrathiomolybdate was suddenly taken off the market. Well, it wasn't on the market, but as a study drug. And she strongly supports the approval of this so that it can offer other families the same chance that it gave hers. And also, James, just to clarify, you may hear WTX 101, ALX 1840, tetrathiomolybdate. We're talking about the same study drug.
Right. Well, thank you to everyone who's been writing in. Please keep those comments coming, and we'll be sharing those experiences as well. And while we do want to keep hearing about treatment successes, the things that have been most helpful, I do want to broaden the discussion a little bit. And I think these things are so interconnected. We've already been hearing about some of the downsides and gaps with current treatments. So let's go to a polling question. If you can go ahead and open up that browser on your phone or on your computer, pollev.com/WD-PFDD. Here we want you to weigh in on those biggest drawbacks. So what are those biggest drawbacks of your treatment approaches, or for our caregivers, your loved ones' treatment approaches? And you can select up to 3. The options here are A, it only treats some but not all of the symptoms of Wilson disease. B, it's not very effective at treating the target symptoms, so the particular symptoms of Wilson's disease it's intended for. C, it made symptoms worse. D, it does not stop or slow disease progression. E, strict medication timing away from meals and fasting. F, the side effects. G, administration requires too much effort and or time commitment. H, medication refrigeration or storage requirements. I, loss of effectiveness over time. J, limited availability or accessibility. K, some other thing that you view as a biggest drawback of your current treatment approaches that's not listed. Or L, if this is not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything. So we'll give you a couple moments here. We want to, of course, hear how well these treatments are working or not. And we have a couple of response options related to that, as well as these downsides or trade-offs. As it stands, it looks like a couple of the top ones being reported are the strict medication timing away from meals and fasting. After that, side effects. And then we're really seeing a number of responses across all of the remaining biggest drawbacks of treatment approaches, including some others that we didn't have listed. And nobody is listing not applicable because they're not using anything. So let's get into a discussion of this. And again, we certainly, if you wanted to share a treatment success, we still are interested in that as well. But let's check back in with our Zoom panel here. And Lana, why don't we start with you as you're thinking about the range of treatments and treatment approaches. What do you kind of view as the biggest gaps or downsides?
Thank you for having me today, and let me share some of my experiences. I am a Wilson disease patient, and I'm from Kalamazoo, Michigan. I was diagnosed shortly after I turned 22. When I was diagnosed, I was extremely ill, placed on the transplant list at the University of Michigan. I first presented with hepatic, mostly those types of issues, but they quickly went into also neurological issues. So I was fortunate to get into a double-blind clinical treatment study, which I believe saved my life. And that drug has been talked about, the TTM or the Alexian drug. For me, the time periods when I was on those drugs have been the best, I think, in my life. I am on Galzin currently. Galzin is very difficult to take, even knowing how sick I was before. I heard a lot of people talk earlier about how hard it is, even when you've been sick, to get those doses in. And to be quite honest, today, with being such a busy day, I still haven't had my first dose because many times when I take it, I get ill. I'm on Zofran, and the last thing I want to do is be covering my mouth and gagging while I'm in this presentation. That affects my daily life. There's also, the side effects really for me are like extreme stomach aches, nausea. I have to drink a lot of water when I take it, or I get cramping, which has even caused some issues in when I practice as an attorney. I actually had an attorney in a deposition get mad at me because I asked for 3 minutes to take my medication. And so there's a lot of things. I mean, I'm grateful there is a treatment, but to be honest, you never know how well it's working. And so there's this constant fear and anxiety in the back of your mind that you're going to get sick again. Every time, when I was first sick, I vomited 8-10 times a day. Any symptom that might be related to when I was first diagnosed, then my first thought is, oh my gosh, is my liver failing? Am I going to be ill? And now that I know that the study drugs that saved my life and were so effective are not available, that terrifies me because in the back of my mind, I always thought if I got really sick again, it would be there as a safety net. And so, I mean, it's the side effects, it does give you anxiety and, affects your daily life. So, I mean, I'm thankful to have something, but it's not the best option at all.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things that I'd like to better understand. You covered a lot there. One is you kind of talked about as one of those key side effects, nausea and vomiting, and the fact that you haven't even taken your first dose today, because you didn't want to have those side effects, while participating in this discussion. I mean, is that I guess one is, are those side effects always, every single dose, you have those side effects? It's something that you can really expect to happen. And do those decisions to kind of delay, dosing, is that something that you kind of are balancing as part of, navigating your work as an attorney on like a day-to-day basis as well?
Yes, it's extremely difficult. I experience the nausea almost every single time. I was actually talking to my sister about this, who also has Wilson's disease, and you don't eat or drink anything. You're ready to take your medication, and you're already nauseous, and you're like, okay, if I take it now, I'm going to get sick, and it's not going to work. So then I try to eat something with protein, and then wait another hour. And so if you're supposed to get 3 hours or 3 in a day, I mean, it can be very impossible. Or if you are sick, I had norovirus a few weeks ago. There was no way I was going to take zinc. But it's very difficult. And to be honest, like I think one of the nurses said earlier, I know how important it is. I rarely get 3 in. It's just too hard. So I try to eat as low copper as possible, and I don't really drink alcohol. But there's just this constant fear that I'm going to go in and, my copper levels are going to be back, or I'm going to go to the eye doctor and they're going to see KF rings for the first time, or, is this twitch I have because I'm nervous? Is it because I now have tremors? And I think that that's probably something a lot of the people here also feel.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I see that we have a phone caller I'd like to bring into the conversation on this topic. We have Emma from California who's living with Wilson's disease. I'd like to share some of her treatment experience. Emma, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Emma. I'm 20 years old. I'm a neurological Wilson disease patient, and I was diagnosed when I was 17. When I was initially diagnosed, I was put on penicillamine for about a week. And I'm allergic to amoxicillin, which is a sister drug to penicillamine. And so my symptoms prior to being diagnosed were my handwriting started to become illegible. My hair started falling out. I lost control of my face muscles. And after I was put on penicillamine, those symptoms heightened to a point where they were uncontrollable. So my tremors became like 24/7. I could not control my hand movements at all. I had chronic back pain, chronic nausea, chronic headaches. And it was only after my rashes started to appear from the penicillamine that they switched me to Trientine. I was on Trientine for about a year and a half. And the year and a half that I was on Trientine, my symptoms worsened even further. So it went from like loss of balance to completely bedbound, could not move myself at all, slurred speech to completely nonverbal. I could not move my face muscles at all. I could not close my mouth at all, so I was drooling 24/7. And I'm currently on zinc once a day, but I'm still left with severe medical trauma and like PTSD from the whole treatment experience. I still struggle like a lot mentally, and I'm now on a very low copper diet, which is like very hard, especially as a college student, because I want to have fun, right? I want to like go out and eat with my friends, but it's just not feasible.
Right. And Emma, can you just tell us a little bit, given, where you are now with your treatment regimen, how is it helping, and are there still symptoms that, are not being, helped as much?
Yeah, so with zinc, I take it at night to avoid the nausea that most people experience in the daytime,
right,
which has been helping. I don't get nauseous anymore, but I still experience chronic fatigue, and I have to sleep a lot more than the average college student, which it hinders a lot of my plans, especially because I need to study right and I need to do things throughout the day. I still have chronic back pain, it impacts me every single day. Like, everything hurts. Like putting on my clothes, everything at a much slower speed than the average person because I have to deal with like my back pain and my fatigue. So I think neurological patients really need a more substantial drug that like doesn't leave patients with this lifelong dealing with pain and fatigue.
Sure. Wow. Well, Emma, thank you so much for being willing to call in and share some of that, mentioning that you still have PTSD from that experience and medical trauma. We really appreciate your being willing to tell us and, share that experience with us. So thank you very much.
And James, do you mind if I jump in here? Since we were hearing about Emma's experience with penicillamine, and as you know, at the top of the show, I talked about my own experience with penicillamine. And while it was effective, it did cause side effects, and I see some commonalities there. One writes in saying that penicillamine has caused cutis laxa. My skin is extremely fragile and hangs in folds from my body. Haley, a parent, talks about her son was taking penicillamine twice per day and zinc 3 times per day, all away from food, which is very challenging, especially with this small window. So that we have talked about as well, about the food and having it away from your dosing. Kathy, a caregiver, comments on her sister. Penicillamine has permanently changed her skin. She has reddish, scaly lesions in places. And while not life-threatening, that certainly affects someone's quality of life. And Maria writes, my liver has gotten worse in the 4 to 5 years. The last 4 to 5 years, she says that she's gone to the ER many times because of cirrhosis. When she was on penicillamine, it damaged her body, especially neurologically.
Well, thank you again to everyone writing in. Keep those comments coming. And just remember, if we don't get to your comment, we will include it in the Voice of the Patient report. Want to check back in here with our Zoom panel, Laura, as we're continuing to kind of explore the different treatment and treatment approaches, management strategies, any treatment experiences you would like to highlight, good or bad.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura, and I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't have Wilson disease, but both of my children do. I have a 9-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter, and they were diagnosed at 4 and 2. My son was diagnosed via liver biopsy at 4, and he was put on penicillamine at first. He was taken off after about 2 weeks because he developed a rash all over his body. And then he was put on trientine and zinc. So 2 doses of zinc a day and 2 doses of trientine, which as a 4-year-old was nearly impossible. As we all know, it has to be on an empty stomach and away from your other meds. He was so young that he couldn't swallow pills yet, so we had to open the trientine capsule, which you're not supposed to do, and put it in pudding or applesauce to get him to take it. The zinc, we had to get it compounded at a specialty pharmacy into a liquid, and they could only guarantee its efficacy for 2 weeks, so we would spend like $80 every 2 weeks just for the zinc to get it shipped to us. He stayed on trientine for 3 years, and right now he's only on zinc, and holding steady so far. My daughter was diagnosed right as she turned 2, and she's only ever been on zinc. And while I'm happy they're both only on zinc, they took it for a few years with no problems, but within the last year they've been vomiting after they take their meds. So we've had to change our schedule, or sometimes I give a higher dose with food to get it into them. So I'm glad there are options, but none of them are great, and it's scary to think, what if they can't tolerate this anymore? What are we going to do if they can't tolerate the meds that are saving their lives? So I think we've heard that a lot today. We're glad there are options, but we're hoping for better ones.
Yeah. Highlighting some of the really unique challenges of, trying to figure out how to give medicines to young children, and especially when talking about, when it results in, throwing up as a result, vomiting, obviously that's, impacting how it might work. Obviously you expressed, gratitude that there are medications, but what, worries you about, those challenges, and kind of needing to find these new solutions and workarounds? What is on your mind as you're navigating that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tricky enough to have to, like everyone has said throughout the day today, even just the timing on an empty stomach is its own challenge, especially with young kids. Every day I probably, my daughter will say, "I'm hungry, can I have a snack?" And I just have to say, "You can eat in a few minutes, we have to wait." So, seeing them tolerate the zinc and then not tolerate it as well, is really scary. And I'm sort of glad that the penicillamine didn't work out for my son, because we all know the side effects on that are a mile long, and he tolerated the trientine well. But on the other hand, he was, all these drugs are weight-based dosages, and they don't make them for kids. So even when he was on trientine, he was on way too much trientine.
Right.
So, hoping for better treatments and more research on the pediatric end would be great.
No, really appreciate that perspective. Thank you, Laura. Errol, I'd like to bring you in this conversation as well. Current treatments, we've been hitting on a lot of topics, things that maybe have been most successful, maybe things that haven't, and either way, any important downsides you'd like to highlight?
Sure. Thanks for that, James. My name's Errol. I'm from Washington State, 65 years old, and was diagnosed with Wilson's disease 52 years ago, age 13. I have the hepatic version of the disease, so really, poor liver function tests, liver enzymes off the chart, and then high copper output during the 24-hour urine collections. So I've been on penicillamine. I started on penicillamine back in the day when I was first admitted to Boston Children's Hospital. I was one of the lucky ones, remarkably quick diagnosis, like 48 hours. So pretty good for the time. The Kaiser-Fleischer ring and fibrosis on my liver biopsy was the markers there.
I think we just lost your audio there.
I've tried
there you go.
Therapies, but the side effects and physical constraints, keeping it cold while I'm traveling for business and things like that, always push me back to penicillamine. What has never changed is how hard it is to take the medicines exactly as directed, multiple times a day and separated from food. So even though I've been on this penicillamine deal for quite some time, my copper levels on my 24-hour urine collections have remained high still, which is a kind of a puzzle for me, my doctors, even the folks at Yale are kind of struggling with this a little bit. So in order to help that, I've added zinc to the process.
Okay.
I take over-the-counter zinc, the gluten version twice a day. So I've got zinc twice a day, penicillamine twice a day. That's 4 times a day with a 3-hour fasting period for each one of those dosings. That's 12 hours of fasting. I'm asleep 8 hours. That leaves me 4 hours to get through the 3 meals in. So I'm sorry about this. The issue, it's just a complicated lifetime, and it you end up skipping like the normal life moments. Something like I'm at the gym, working out with my friend Ron. Afterwards, they say, "Hey, let's go grab a cup of coffee." Afterwards, sorry, I can't do that. I'm on a fasting thing here. Maybe next time. But I'm retired now. I manage this process better than I used to be able to manage it. When I was working full-time at the Pentagon before I retired, I had trouble keeping even the 3 days a week, 3 times a day regimen with the penicillamine only going along. So,
Errol, is there an example, maybe just so we can appreciate that, challenge of, you talked about it, like 4 hours to get in your meals and all of this fasting, like, when you're working at the Pentagon, for example, just since you mentioned it, like, is there a time you can remember that it was like these things just couldn't align or
Yeah. Certainly you try to accommodate the unknowns as best you can, like always carrying a couple of doses with you in your pocket pill holder. So you always have a stash if you can get the right timing in. And, sure, you middle of a meeting and say, hey, I got to go to the bathroom, but I'm really going out to the hallway to grab a cup of water and take a pill, and I'm back again. So you kind of make do with that. But I've been doing everything I can: diet, adherence, scheduling piece. But it doesn't seem to be, quite working for me all the time yet. And here I am. I've been on the regimen for half a century now.
Right.
So
sure.
It's difficult.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and sharing that, and particularly around trying to manage this hepatic manifestation and some of the gaps that remain for you. I do see that we have a couple of phone callers, so I'd like to bring them into the conversation as well. We have Alpana from California, who's a patient living with Wilson's disease, wants to talk about some of their treatment experiences. Alpana, would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. So, could you share your treatment experience? Anything to highlight in terms of those kind of weighing these pros and cons of existing treatments?
Sure. So I'm Alpana from California. I'm 60 years old, and I was fortunate enough to be diagnosed with Wilson at the age of 8 after my older brother died at the age of 12 due to a delayed diagnosis. I was started very promptly on penicillamine and was lucky enough to actually stay on it for over 50 years I had 2 healthy pregnancies. But then a couple of years ago, I stopped responding to the penicillamine, not entirely sure why. My doctors didn't know why either. So we switched over to Galvin, which I could not tolerate due to the GI side effects, and also had difficulty, even through my treatment with penicillamine, taking it separate from food. I always would be very lax. I actually am a physician myself and went into medicine because of my experience with Wilson disease, and I was inspired by Dr. Walsh, who actually found the treatment, penicillamine. He was my doctor in England. But in spite of being a physician and knowing the importance of taking medication, I would often conveniently forget to take it because I wanted to live life. Right. Same thing has happened. I was put on Galvin, couldn't tolerate the GI side effects. So I switched over to an over-the-counter preparation, which I'm currently taking. But to echo what a lot of the panelists and the callers have said, it's so difficult to take it separate from food. Right. And so I'll often conveniently forget to take my medication because, again, I want to live life. Right. So that's one issue, even though I was very lucky with penicillamine for so long. And then the other issue as a physician, which I see, is when I treat a patient with a common disease like diabetes or high blood pressure, there are lots of treatment options. So if they don't tolerate one, I can switch them to another. The issue with Wilson disease is our treatment options are limited. So what happens when we run out of those options is really, really scary.
Right. No. Very well said, and thank you so much, Alpana, for sharing that, your treatment experiences, and those really important limitations. So thank you so much. I'd like to now go to Dan, a caller from Virginia, who's a caregiver to his son with Wilson disease. and would like to share some of their treatment experiences. Dan, are you with us? Welcome to the program.
I am. Thank you, James. Yes, thank you. And to you, Rhonda, to Wilson's disease. Great presentation today. We are not quite as unfortunate as a lot of people that have spoken today, and I'll get to that in a moment here. But only insofar as what we know and what we know today, right? The treatment that he's on, which is trientine, is working, right? But that can change, right? That could change tomorrow. And there have been a couple episodes here where he got off other medication, and we saw some of the symptoms come back, and we didn't know whether it was due to the new medication or was due to, the mix with trientine and, some of those effects coming about. When he first got this, Wilson's disease, when we first noticed that he was suffering from something, it was due to a psychological issue. So that's how it manifested itself, right? And it took us about 10 months from talking to a number of doctors to figure out, because it's not well known, right? Wilson's is just not well known out there. And so it took a big battle here with a lot of, whether an eye doctor trying to look for Kaiser Fleischer rings or other doctors, and, we just weren't hitting on anything. Finally, a psychiatrist who graduated from University of Michigan, was who suggested at first that maybe you should look into Wilson's. And so that's how we came about. And so after 10 months of doing this battle and finding to the right doctors, we finally, got to Wilson's disease to get it properly diagnosed. Yeah. And that also helped, by the way, with obviously going into your side, because, we realized there's probably something out there on Wilson's disease. So Wilson's Disease Association had good material there, good information. We were able to use that to help guide the doctors and, get us on the right track. And but again, so as long as the current treatment continues to work for him, then, at least he can cope with it. He can manage it on a day-to-day basis. But obviously, it does come with some side effects as well, right? So he does get some nausea. He does get some. He's got to deal with mood stability from both anxiety and depression, right? He has some sleep deprivation, so he's got to take medication for that. So there's always this intermix of, this whole cocktail of medicines that others have talked about. Right. So it's not a straightforward, coping mechanism as it is, right? Sometimes, then the sleep deprivation gets to be too much, or depression is not quite, working out, the medication is, taking is not really addressing the issue, so then he's got to switch to something else. And then at those moments, some of the psychological effects coming back, like I started to talk about when I started this discussion. Right. But anyway, lo and behold, so far trientine has restored our son's brain health. By the way, he's 26. I'm sorry, about to turn 28 in March. So and he was diagnosed in COVID year, so 2021, sometime in that time frame. So he hasn't been with it for that long. And but it does require a lot of diligence to adhere to the dosing schedule. Obviously, people have alluded to this. He's got to take a dose in the morning, a dose in the evening, and he's got to be before he takes a meal 2 hours before. So that can throw his schedule for eating off. And sometimes we see him eating late at night because he's been out doing something, and he gets home, he's got to take trientine, and now he's got to wait 2 hours before he can eat. So it's like 10 o'clock at night or whatever that's eating, and obviously that causes him to then fall asleep much later. But overall, he, again, he's coping with it. I asked him how things were going, and he says, look, I just don't think too much about it, but really, this will work. But to me, it creates a lot of anxiety because I don't know what I don't know in the future. Does all this continue to work forever, all these cocktail medicines, or, is this a long-term treatment thing, or, so all in all that to say that, thank you. Yeah, we appreciate everything that's being discussed today because we.
A lot there, a lot of different symptoms and a lot of complicating issues there. So appreciate you weighing in on that. I do want to make sure that we have time to get to our last topic here and expand this conversation one more time. Before I do that, want to check in, see if we've been getting any written comments here on any treatment downsides, treatment gaps from our audience, because I know we've been getting written comments as well.
Well, personally, what I would say is I would think we should move on to our next area since we talked a lot about those, and I covered them a little bit earlier and want to make sure that you get to some of the future treatments.
Sure. So we can now go to some polling here. This is our last polling question of the day. As this day has gone, I know the polling questions have at times been challenging to narrow it down. This might be the most challenging one of the day. So if you can go ahead and open up that polling website on your phone, perhaps on their tab on your computer, pollev.com/WD-PFDD. So here we want to know, short of a complete cure, what specific things would you look for in an ideal new treatment for Wilson disease? And you can select up to the top 3. The options here are A, something to slow or stop disease progression; B, the ability to take medication without strict fasting; C, reduce treatment frequency, for example, fewer doses per day; D, improved tolerability; E, improve or reverse neurological symptoms; F, eliminate the need for refrigeration or special storage; G, more durable effectiveness over time; H, something that would help reduce monitoring and emergency interventions; I, something to help improve specific activities of daily functioning; or J, some other specific thing that you would look for in an ideal new treatment that represents a top 3 specific thing that you would be looking for. So we'll give you a few moments here. As you always, as you're making these selections, we want to understand what it is that you're thinking about as you make them. What's the why behind your selections here, given your experiences and where you are in your journey with Wilson disease. So we'll, as final responses are coming here, it looks like our top response is people would like to see something to slow or stop the progression of their Wilson disease. After that, it looks like the ability to take medication without strict fasting. It's been a common thing we've been hearing about in terms of treatment downsides this afternoon. So maybe not surprising to see that up there, as well as reducing the treatment frequency, like fewer doses per day. After that, we see improve or reverse neurological symptoms as a top treatment goal. But really here, as you know, I mean, this is, so striking to me from all of our polling questions throughout the day. Some number of people have selected every single option here as a top 3 treatment goal for them or their loved one for something new for Wilson disease. So thank you for participating in the polling. That will be our last polling question for the day, so you can feel free to close that out now if you would like. But we want to get to hearing about those treatment goals that you have for the future. I'd like to first start here with our Zoom panel. I'm going to do a little bit of a round robin here, so give each of you a chance to weigh in on this. So maybe we'll start, Errol, with you this time around. As you think about the future, short of that complete cure for Wilson disease, what's at the top of your list?
Well, good question. I volunteered for actually 3 of the gene therapy trials that were out there. One of which stopped after the initial cadre of folks went through it, but the other 2 are still active. But it turns out that I have viral antibodies to the virus that one of the therapies uses as the vector to get the gene into the liver. And then for the other gene therapy trial, more of a traditional gene editing trial, turns out that I have a variant of the ATP7B mutation that is not one of the ones that is targeted by this particular editing tool. So I'm kind of out of luck, so to speak. So, and I don't think I'd be the only one with those issues. So while I'm praying that the gene therapy trials work and will provide relief for lots of folks, I think there's still going to be a need for medications at the end of the day for folks that can't do it. So one day a pill would be great.
So for you specifically, as you were raising your hand to participate in those trials, what was your hope or goal kind of specifically for you, in terms of like a treatment outcome that you were hoping to to achieve, even, maybe there's the pie in the sky outcome, but even if there was something short of that, kind of what was your hope?
Yeah, well, I based on where I am in my stage of life, what I really wanted to do was help move the ball forward in terms of finding a cure. I mean, that was the ultimate goal for me to participate. Number two would be, hey, I can have a chocolate bar without having any, qualms about it. But really, I felt it could be a way that I could contribute in a small way to moving the studies forward. And secondary effort would be, hey, it's a cure. Could be a cure for Wilson's disease, and I'd be an early adopter. But regardless, some of these trials work, some of them don't. Right. It is you don't know until you do it. So I was really just looking to help the community out. So.
Totally. Well, thank you so much for that. Laura, I'd like to come to you next, just going around here. Again, same question, what's at the top of your list for, treatment goals or something you'd like to see out of a therapy short of that complete cure for Wilson disease?
Well, I wanted to pick all those things on the poll. I remember when we were trying to get my son diagnosed and Wilson showed up on the list, and I said, well, I kind of hope it's that one because that one's treatable. And so, some people earlier today mentioned, wouldn't it be great if we could just go get a monthly infusion or something like that? My children are young, so I'm not quite ready to jump on the gene therapy train yet until that gets, far more research and all that. But yeah. It's frustrating to hear other people like Lana who have had a great experience with other drugs that have then been taken away. So, all of those options on the poll were great options, but just having more options would be great for all of us. Yeah.
And if you did have to, because I'm, as the moderator, I guess we'll try to put you on the spot. Like, if you had to pick one thing from that list as the top thing, for your family, what would that be?
I guess once a day.
Once a day. Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're getting the thumbs up from Errol. I think probably lots of thumbs up from people watching everywhere. So, all right, Lana, we're going to come to you next. Same question. What's your top treatment goal?
Well, so I just wanted to highlight right now I'm in a fairly stable position. So my top treatment goal now would be, I think, the once a day, which when I was in a clinical trial for the ALXN 1840, was in that for 2 years. It was once a day. I didn't miss a dose. I didn't get nausea. I took it, and actually, at first, everybody was like, what did I forget to do? What did I forget to do? Because I was so programmed to worry about getting my medication in. And I was about to start, I finished the trial, and I was going to start and continue, on compassionate care. And I mentioned, I was very disappointed when they pulled that. To me, that is the ideal drug, short of a cure. But I am at a different spot in my life. I was fortunate to get into clinical trials that saved my life. And kind of what Errol talked about of looking for people for the future, I just want to highlight that, I was on the TM drug when I was first diagnosed. And to give you an idea of how ill I was, when I was diagnosed in September of 2000, I had severe fibrosis, severe cirrhosis, immediately put on the transplant list, and they didn't know if I was going to survive a transplant. I was throwing up 8 times a day. I was so emasculated, I started growing fine body hair on all over my body. I was jaundiced, and I had to wear extra small maternity clothes because my abdomen was so swollen. They'd come in and drain 2 liters from my stomach, and you couldn't tell. Then I lost the ability for all reading comprehension. I slurred my words. I wasn't even able to sit in a wheelchair. Yeah. I got into that trial with the TM. And so that started in October of 2000. I was discharged from the hospital in December of 2000. I went back to college classes in January. Yeah. And that's a miracle. And I don't think that the drugs that we have now have that ability. Yeah. And I want that more than anything for fellow patients and their caregivers and the families. And so for me personally, once a day is great, but I want really the reversal or the stopping and progression, which I was able to experience.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Lana. Going around here, Ed, from your perspective as a dad, what would you like to see from future treatments?
Yeah, I mean, from those options, I kind of paired, slower stop the progression with the durable effectiveness over time, just as having peace of mind, knowing that, the treatment that my daughter, may be taking in the future is working and, doesn't kind of lose its, effectiveness over time is important. And then secondarily, the reduce the treatment frequency. My biggest fear as a parent is her being compliant when she gets older. She does it twice a day and we're very on top of her, but, she's going to go over to sleepover. She's going to go away to college. It's her, she's been doing this for a year since she's 2.
Yeah.
So this is like her lived experience normal. So it's not like she has, much of an experience without taking twice a day medicine. But just kind of keeping those habits up as she gets older is important. So anything that can be done to kind of reduce the frequency, whether that's once a day, once a week, once a month, gene editing or gene therapy, just something to kind of reduce that fear of kind of putting the burden on the patient to kind of, make sure they're taking their medicine.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Ed, and also for kind of putting into context, the slowing or stopping of progression or the durability of effect as well. Last but not least here, Patricia, I want to hear your perspective on this future treatment question.
Yes, thank you. Like Earl, I'm at that stage of life where I'd like to be able to contribute to the advancement and knowledge of Wilson's disease. So I was gung-ho with the gene therapy. I think that is exciting. That is what the future holds. And I would have jumped on that. But at the time that they were looking for participants, there was a cutoff age of 65, and I had just turned 66. So otherwise, I would have signed up immediately. For me, other than at the time that I was initially diagnosed with the jaundice, the ascites, the Kaiser-Fleischer rings, the, severe liver damage, the penicillamine actually has treated it all. It would be to have a drug that has less side effects. Yeah. I know my sister struggled on the penicillamine with nausea, and from time to time I've had that too, but you nibble on a cracker and still take it an hour before. But it's the side effects of these drugs that can be actually worse than the disease itself. Because as I said, I'm fortunate that the penicillamine has reversed all of the effects of, the Wilson's disease when I was diagnosed, but the side effects are, so having a drug, perhaps, once a day is lovely, but still without all the side effects.
Sure. Well, thank you, Patricia, and really thank you to our whole Zoom panel for all of your contributions throughout this afternoon. It's been incredible learning from each one of you, from your and your family's experiences. So just wanted to acknowledge you before I jump here to give some voice to some callers that we have. So thank you. So next we have Natalie, who's a caller from Portugal, who's living with Wilson disease and wants to weigh in with what her hopes for future treatment are. So Natalie, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Oh, hi. Hello. Yes. Hello, everyone, and thank you for taking my call. I'm in Portugal now, but my mother's Portuguese. I was actually living in the States for a long time. Dr. Ascari was my Wilson specialist from 2005 until 2018, and then I had to move back to Europe in 2019 because of not being able to no longer being able to get medication. Basically, was the most sort of frightening thing. And just as Patricia was just saying, I want to echo the side effects thing. I am probably, in some ways, the most luckiest and also the most unfortunate person when it comes to the miraculous recovery I made in the beginning when I was diagnosed in May of 95 in the UK. And I think the fact that I was technically not quite 15, therefore still a pediatric patient, that that was my saving grace, because I was rushed I lived in Wales, and I was rushed to Birmingham Children's Hospital, and I was 10 days away from a hepatic coma, and I have, and again, emergency transplant list, very much what other people have been saying, cirrhosis all over the liver, so couldn't do a partial lobectomy or anything like that. And I actually get my biopsy. They tried to get my clotting factors up. I remember this very clearly. They tried very hard to get my clotting factors up to where I could have a traditional biopsy, but they just couldn't do it. It didn't work. So I ended up having a transjugular biopsy under general anesthesia, and they did an endoscopy at the same time. I was very lucky. I didn't have any varices in my esophagus, and I didn't have portal hypertension in the liver. I didn't, but I did have generalized cirrhosis. I looked like I was 8 months pregnant. It was just awful. But penicillamine and about 15 other drugs. It was my copper was off the charts, and then it just dramatically reduced it. And 5 years of that. It was fine, but then in 2000, the spring of 2000, I was hospitalized for 2 weeks because I was basically kind of dying from SLE. It was my body was just destroying itself. My muscles and bones were just attacking themselves. My hair was falling out. My teeth turned yellow. I had like awful pain to the point where they put me on sort of, codeine, dihydrocodeine, and so that was an interesting 2 weeks where no one knew if my family was like, is she going to make it again? But I did. I pulled through, and they said this is drug-induced lupus. It's because of the penicillamine. So they took me off it. They put me straight onto Triantine. Refrigeration issues, as just everyone has said, I can empathize. It was a bit tricky. I used to have little cooler bags I used to take to my friend's place all the time and check if there's a mini fridge, of course, just like everybody else was saying with Triantine issues. But because I was a hepatic patient, I mean, everything to me was all to do with the liver. I had the Kaiser-Fleischer rings. I had, I was starting to have a little bit of maybe slowed down speech in the videos that they made of me at the time, but really nothing neurological to speak of at all. The neurological stuff with me came actually as a result, just what Patricia was saying about side effects. Yes, exactly. The Triantine worked brilliantly, again, as a chelating agent, got rid of lots of copper. My copper was great. My liver function tests were starting to look wonderful again. Everything was brilliant. I was able to live basically a normal life, except for taking my Triantine, refrigerating it, and I was managing. But then Natalie, it started to attack the central nervous system, and I ended up with what they thought was a textbook case of MS. But it was actually a fake MS. It imitated it perfectly, it was not real MS. So that's what the Triantine did to me. And then I saw Dr. Askari for the first time from the States.
Really,
and he saved my life in 2005 because he put me on zinc.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Zinc acetate, and I'm still on Galvin.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie, so much. Treatments really have run the gamut there, and really highlighted where you started, which is the real need to avoid some of those side effects, some very serious complications that you mentioned. Want to give the final one final caller a word here, although I recognize we're not going to be able to get to all of the callers who are in the queue here. I want to go to Mary from Los Angeles, living with Wilson disease. Mary, I'd like to welcome you to the program. If you can briefly comment on what you're looking for from a future treatment.
Thank you. What I'm looking for in a future treatment is a drug that's easy to take and for people to be compliant with. So that means something that's not refrigerated, something no matter the dosage you take once a day. I know we're talking about future treatments right now, but there is an existing drug that has worked miracles for so many one of us. I was one of the earlier trial participants for ALXN 1840 or bischoline now I can't say it today of all days, but TM. And I do not believe that I would have recovered as well as I have with that drug. I knew when I was finally diagnosed from my research and my family's research that I was not going to take either penicillamine or trientine because I had neurological symptoms. And I know people who took those drugs and their neurological symptoms worsened or became permanent. And that's something that's very scary for someone like me who's very independent. I'm a practicing attorney. And for everyone out there, young children, you know, grandparents, everyone that's suffering with this rare disease. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to speak directly to the FDA because there is a current treatment that is available that many of us are asking it be granted approval.
Well, Mary,
because it's giving us everything that we're hoping that future treatments are giving us.
Of course. Yes. Well, thank you for reiterating that, Mary, and sharing your experience with it, as well as just generally your perspectives on future treatments. I really want to thank everyone who's called in, but do recognize we also have been getting lots of written comments, so we'll give the final word to those of you who've been writing in. Rhonda, what are we seeing there?
Well, we have quite a bit here about future treatments. Laura, patient gene therapy, as it would be nice to not have to remember to take medication, fast, or even have to avoid certain food groups that are culturally important for me. And Anonymous, I'm excited about gene therapy to be saved from a lifetime of side effects from pharmaceutical treatments and complications of Wilson disease, including kidney and liver disease, would be incredible. Kathleen from Colorado, once daily medication. Stacy, more attention to the behavioral aspects of the disease. And Mandy from Oregon, gene therapy will be amazing one day, or being able to take the medicine with food, stronger medicine that allows us to eat off-limits foods without guilt. Janet from California, my ideal treatment would be the ability to take the medication regardless of timing of distance before or after meals, common theme that we've heard. Terry, once a day meds would be great. Lee, a parent, it'd be nice if there's a medication my son could take once a week or something of that sort, as the constant awareness of when he eats when he has to take his medication is just exhausting. So lots of comments all saying similar types of things.
Yes. And such a wide range of treatment goals, spanning the gamut of the list of things we had in that polling question even. So I just really want to take a moment here as we're concluding our part of the day where, all of you are weighing in, sharing your voices. It's been an incredible day. It's been a long day with many of you raising your hand, whether, and sharing a panel statement, joining us by Zoom. We had so many callers, so many written commenters providing input throughout the day. You really have done a tremendous job. We set out to try to understand even a little bit of what it means to live with Wilson disease. And as your moderator, someone who's listened and spoken now with so many of you, I think you truly accomplished that. It's, even coming into this meeting, you try to understand, what people are living with. And there's been so much, that you've shared that just shows how much more complex of a condition this is than I could have ever imagined. And all of the things that you have to weigh and balance and the uncertainties, the uncertainties. Thank you for being willing to share that. And not just the physical, but the emotional and the psychological and the social. These are not easy things to share. And you all were so brave in being willing to do that. And so just from the bottom of my heart, I just want to express my appreciation as we now transition to hear some summary and closing remarks. So truly, thank you. So now it's my pleasure to turn it over and introduce my friend and colleague, Sarah Wicks. Sarah, is a real champion for the patient voice and works, day in and day out, trying to bring together regulators, industry, patient stakeholders, to ensure that voice is integrated, across stakeholders in that process. She's been an integral part of helping plan today's meeting, and so is the perfect person to do the impossible, which is try to give a summary of today's proceedings. So, Sarah, over to you.
Thank you, James. The meeting opened with remarks from Rhonda Rowland, president of the Wilson Disease Association and a Wilson disease patient herself. Dr. Amy Magnarelli from the Office of Therapeutic Products at FDA shared that this meeting will give the agency direct insight into what it's like to live with Wilson disease, helping to identify unmet needs and guide future treatments. We then heard from Dr. Michael Schiltsky from the Yale Wilson Disease Center for Excellence, who explained that Wilson disease is a rare genetic disease caused by mutations in the ATP7B gene that impair normal copper metabolism and excretion in the body. When this process is impaired, copper accumulates in the liver, leading to hepatic inflammation, cirrhosis, liver failure, and even death. Excess copper can also accumulate in the brain, resulting in neurological and psychiatric symptoms. Patients may have isolated liver neurological or psychiatric symptoms, but many experience symptoms across these multiple systems. In the morning panel, we heard from individuals living with Wilson's disease and parents caring for affected children. Experiences ranged from early childhood through adulthood and reflected the wide variability of the disease. Some described subtle symptoms that went unrecognized for years, while others experienced rapid and devastating decline. We also received several comments from patients and families during the live discussion. What united these stories was the profound burden of Wilson disease and the way it shapes daily life. Patients described a broad range of symptoms. Many first experienced liver-related complications such as jaundice, ascites, vomiting, blood, or acute liver failure. Others developed neurological symptoms such as tremors, dystonia, balance problems, slurred speech, loss of fine motor control, difficulty sleeping, and even trouble swallowing. Some can no longer walk more than short distances or climb stairs independently, while others have lost the ability to eat safely and require feeding tubes. Parents described watching children who had once been active and athletic lose basic physical abilities. Psychiatric and cognitive symptoms emerged as some of the most isolating aspects of the disease. Patients and families described anxiety, depression, mood swings, behavioral outbursts, hallucinations, and impaired memory. One individual shared that they hallucinate on a daily basis and struggle to distinguish reality. While many patients experience significant physical symptoms, they emphasize that the psychological and behavioral impacts often have the greatest effect on daily life, shaping relationships, employment, treatment adherence, and overall quality of life. These symptoms are frequently invisible and misunderstood, leading many to experience stigma, withdrawal, and loss of confidence. Fatigue was repeatedly described as pervasive and life-limiting. Individuals spoke about exhaustion interfering with work, school, and relationships. Some described needing to choose between essential daily tasks and other activities, and many are unable to maintain even part-time employment. This constant exhaustion compounds both physical symptoms and emotional distress. The impact on independence is profound. Many described leaving school, losing jobs, or changing careers because of physical or cognitive limitations. Others spoke about difficulty performing activities of daily living, such as dressing, preparing meals, or traveling alone. Some parents and caregivers described full-time caregiving responsibilities that have reshaped family roles, finances, and long-term plans. Treatments were also discussed during the morning session. While therapy is essential for managing Wilson disease, individuals described challenges with medication tolerability and adherence, particularly during periods of neurological or psychiatric decline. Symptoms such as nausea, swallowing difficulties, cognitive impairment, and fatigue can make strict dosing schedules difficult to follow. Some also noted that comorbid conditions, such as type 1 diabetes, may at times take priority, further disrupting treatment routines. As the discussion turned towards the future, fear and uncertainty became dominant themes. Patients and families worry about disease progression, declining cognitive and physical function, loss of independence, and the unknown. Young adults expressed concern about completing higher education, maintaining employment, and forming relationships. Parents worried about what would happen as their children aged or as caregivers themselves grew older. One patient captured this uncertainty simply by asking, "How much worse will it get?" Overall, the morning discussion underscored that Wilson disease affects far more than copper levels. It is a lifelong condition that disrupts all aspects of daily life, with patients and families describing lives shaped by uncertainty, invisible symptoms, and ongoing loss. In the afternoon, we heard from Dr. Fred Ascari from the University of Michigan Wilson Disease Center for Excellence, who explained that treatment relies on lifelong copper reduction, such as through chelators and zinc, with dosing individualized based on disease presentation and response. While these therapies can be life-saving, they often require complex regimens, strict timing away from food, frequent monitoring, and are often associated with significant side effects. Liver transplantation is also an option for individuals with liver failure or advanced liver disease. We then heard from our afternoon panelists and additional patients and families during the live discussion, whose stories reflected decades of lived experience across multiple generations of treatment options. Patients described treatment as a constant balancing act involving medication timing, dietary restrictions, monitoring, and ongoing adjustments. For many, Wilson disease feels like a second full-time job, with daily life revolving around alarms, timers, and meal planning. In addition to copper reduction therapies, many patients described taking multiple supportive medications for gastrointestinal symptoms, dystonia, tremors, seizures, anxiety, and depression, as well as other management approaches such as a low copper diet, clinical monitoring or lab testing, and speech, physical, occupational, and psychological therapy, further increasing treatment complexity and daily burden. Many described meaningful benefits from treatment, including stabilization of liver disease and improvement or reversal of neurological symptoms. Several shared that appropriate therapy allowed them to regain speech, mobility, cognition, or emotional stability over time, enabling a return to school, work, or daily routines that once seemed impossible. Clinical trials emerged as a particularly powerful theme. Several individuals described investigational therapies as life-changing, with dramatic improvements in tremors, dystonia, cognition, and overall functioning. At the same time, patients spoke emotionally about the abrupt discontinuation of trials, describing devastation when study drugs were withdrawn and they were forced to return to less effective or less tolerable therapies. We heard consistently that side effects from treatments are often worse than Wilson disease itself. Chelators and zinc are frequently associated with nausea, gastrointestinal distress, fatigue, and neurological worsening. Several patients described severe reactions to penicillamine, including autoimmune complications, joint degeneration, chronic pain, and skin changes. Neurological worsening during treatment initiation was described as particularly traumatic. Parents recounted watching their children decline rapidly despite aggressive treatment, creating lasting fear around medication changes. Even when treatments are effective, the burden of administration remains high. Patients and families emphasize the difficulty of taking medications multiple times per day on an empty stomach, waking in the middle of the night to take doses, and managing refrigeration requirements, frequent lab testing, and constant scheduling that complicate work, school, travel, and social life. Patients and families were candid about the impact of treatment burden on adherence. Several acknowledged missing doses, not intentionally, but because life interferes, particularly for children, adolescents, and young adults seeking independence. When discussing future treatments, patients and families expressed consistent priorities. They emphasized simplicity, tolerability, and freedom. Many hope for once daily, weekly, or long-acting therapies, treatments that could be taken with food, require less monitoring, no need for refrigeration, or cause fewer side effects. Therapies that are specifically designed for children are especially needed, specifically as prenatal screening becomes more widely adopted. One individual said that they want something that works quietly in the background so that they can focus on living their life. Gene therapy and gene editing were frequently cited as long-term hopes. Patients and caregivers described the appeal of durable treatments that could reduce or eliminate the need for daily medication. Even without a cure, patients emphasize the importance of therapies that prevent neurological worsening and preserve independence. Overall, the afternoon discussion highlighted both the progress made in Wilson disease treatment and the significant unmet need that remains. While current therapies can preserve life and restore certain functions, they often carry substantial physical and emotional costs. Patients and families expressed gratitude for existing treatments while urging continued innovation towards safer, simpler, and more durable options that allow people living with Wilson's disease not just to survive, but to live. Thank you so much. And now to close the meeting, back to Rhonda in the studio.
Thank you, Sarah. That was excellent. It was such a thoughtful and thorough summary, and I really appreciate it. This has been an incredible day and a very personal and meaningful one in my life and career. And I am so proud of our Wilson disease community. I think you did an amazing job today. And I hope it's helped all of us better understand Wilson disease, the different ways it can be experienced, and how no single treatment works for every patient or perhaps for their lifetime. That's why treatment options are needed for this disorder in which no two patients are alike. Thank you to the FDA staff who tuned in today. We really appreciate it. And thank you to Lena Merzog from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who graciously guided us through this process over the many months of planning. And thanks also once again to Sarah Wicks and to James Valentine, our terrific moderator from Hyman, Phelps, and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for the production planning and all the behind-the-scenes work they have done today. A big thanks to the Wilson Disease Association Board of Directors, our PFDD team, Allison Hashimoto and Gina Hill, as well as the many volunteers who have spent countless hours planning today's meeting. We could not have done this without your support. And once again, finally, a huge thanks goes to you, our Wilson disease community of patients, caregivers, and your friends and families. Thank you for courageously sharing your experiences of what it's like to live with this mysterious, rare genetic liver disorder. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all the information from today, including the polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on the Wilson Disease Association and FDA websites. The form to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments. Today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting at the same link you are at right now. It's been my incredible honor to support this meeting, which I hope will have a lasting impact on the future of Wilson disease research and treatment development. So once again, to our entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today.